A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You made it. Please stand up, everybody. Please stand up. Keep the music going. Please keep the music going. Everybody, let's clap together with me. Yeah. Everybody say, hey! Hey! We are here! Give us that round of applause, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are here. You made it, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated, right? Now, before we get on to do whatever we need to do, let me introduce myself, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Pong. I'm one of the co-founders of TBN Asia, and together, with my team of folks here, really excited that all of us here are in this room. Now, before we do anything, the work that we do, it's all about passion. It's all about expertise. It's all about energy. So I want to do something with everybody here. And if you just humor me for a little bit, I'm going to ask you to stand up one more time for a couple of minutes. So everybody, please stand. Now, this is probably going to be a conference and you go like, my gosh, what is this guy doing? We don't do this kind of things in conference, right? But we do at TBN Asia. We are just different, right? So everybody, I'm going to ask you to do this. I'm going to take down my mic. I'm going to use my normal voice here. We are going to learn how to transfer energy from one person to another, right? So we're going to do this. When I say go, you do this, right? You go, ha! Everybody, ha! And then go, ha! And then point to something and go, wah! So, get it? Let's do that one more time, right? So, ready? 1, 2, 3. Ha! Ha! Wah! So listen. So the minute you, so for example, if I wah you, right? What you do is this. So for example, if I wah to this guy over here, same thing. You'll receive the energy from me. Ha! Wah! Then go to another person. Wah! Got it? And we'll keep going until we get really confused, right? So everybody, let's go. Ready? One. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ha! Ha! Wah! Go! Ha! Wah! Please be seated. And I want one more time, right? Get everyone here to give a really, really warm round of applause to National High School 7 that did the Balinese dance for us. Everybody give them a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. They are actually one of the top schools here in Denpasar City, and they are part of a extracurricular group called Sabta Kamini. And what they did just now was the Pandet dance, yeah? And they heard about the TBN Asia conference, and they said, hey, can we come and just welcome the guests with a traditional Balinese dance? And of course, we say, yes, why not? Because that is the best reception that the most friendly people in the world here could give to us, right? Once again, everybody, a round of applause to National 7, right? Thank you very much. Woo! Now, before we kick the conference off, there are a few very important announcements that I need to share with everybody. And so let me just invite the first slide to come up here. I'm just going to share with everybody. Now, all of us, we have different colored lanyards, right? And so if you are black lanyard, you're an exhibitor. If you're green, you're a participant. You're red, you are a crew. And if you are yellow or orange, you are a speaker. Now, may I invite you to be mindful of putting on the right lanyard so that we can identify you properly, right? Very cool. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Now, this is really important, guys. For you to be connected to the, to be connected to the conference here, this is the Pigeonhole app. Now, for those of us that have already registered, you have submitted your email to TBN Asia, you will be able to get into the app here. But for those of us that have not submitted the email, you would have to approach the organizers and give your email to them so that you can get into Pigeonhole here, right? So the way to do this, everybody, hold on, Sarah. You can either click on the QR code, and the QR code is actually at the back of your lanyard, right? So look into the back of your lanyard. There should be a QR code in the back, right? So go ahead, scan on that, and get into Pigeonhole, right? Because in Pigeonhole, you're going to be having access to videos. You're going to have access to the ability to ask questions to the panelists, to the speakers. You're going to have access into the TBN Asia LinkedIn private groups, all right? So if you do not have an email, I'm going to ask you to go to the register counter. Alfred, am I correct? To go to the register counter and submit your email so that we can put it into the system and you can access Pigeonhole. All good so far, everybody? Very cool. If you are good, everybody give me a thumbs up. Very cool. We are good to go. Next slide, please. Now, so once you get into the Pigeonhole, now you'll look at different programs in the Pigeonhole, and in this instance here, it is 8 a.m. Welcome, right? Now, if you click enter on that little click for 8 a.m., go ahead and click on that if you guys can. Then you will come into this page here that will allow you to go on to the videos that are available on this platform. So the videos are really all the interviews of a bunch of social enterprises, folks who are pitching for these sessions later on. So go ahead, please make yourself familiar with the videos because these are really important considerations for you to make a decision whether you're going to join the impact trips on this coming Saturday, or do you want to watch them in action during the pitching, or do you want to interact with them in the hallways later on, right? Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, so again, this is the LinkedIn chat group here. The only way you can get into the LinkedIn chat group is when you submit the email to the registration counter up in the front there, right? Now we come back to the 9 o'clock here, right? So when you go to 9 o'clock and then you click enter, you get into the polling site here. So right now, what I want to do here is everybody already inside Pigeonhole or no? Are you guys in Pigeonhole? If you are, just wave your hands at me so I know you're in. Very cool, thank you very much. So let's go to the first question, Alfred. Alfred, let's go to the first question of the day, right? So I'm going to ask you to key in, right? Where are you from, right? So go ahead and key into the Pigeonhole. Give us the location, not where you are, but where are you from originally, right? So right now we have people from Brazil. Oh my gosh, Brazil, Singapore, France, Cambodia, America, Indonesia, Thailand, Bandung. I didn't know that Bandung is a country, but that's interesting, yeah? All right, is there a separatist movement here? No, I don't think so. Very cool. What else is there? All right, looks like most of us are here from Singapore and Indonesia, of course, Brazil, Cambodia, France, America, and Thailand. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Very cool. And I think that's good to go. Let's do a second question, right? Now, the second question is really interesting here, right? Listen. There are 4 kinds. This is taught to me by a good friend of mine called Anne, and we call her Mad Anne, right? Now, we notice that people that comes to conference belongs to 4 categories. Number 1, they're either a tourist. They came because the buffet is really good, right? They came because, the aircon is nice, the snacks are great, right? We call them tourists, right? Tourists. The second group of people are the prisoners. These are the people that say, oh my gosh, I am in social enterprises, therefore I must attend social enterprises conference. I can't help it. This is my job, right? That's a prisoner. The third group of people, these are the snipers. These are the guys that say, I know better than you do. Whatever you say, I'm going to shoot you down, right? Because my social enterprise knows much more than you guys do, right? Snipers. The third group of people, they are what we call the curious learners, right? These are the people that comes in and say, hey guys, I'm really, really excited to know about you, what you do. I have no idea that you did all this kind of stuff. We begin to be more open to learn from each other. We begin to be more open to connect with each other more meaningfully, right? So everybody, key into the Pigeonhole. Are you a tourist, a prisoner, a sniper, or a curious learner, right? Go for it. Let's see. My gosh, there are some tourists in our midst. There are some prisoners. There are some snipers, right? But the majority of them are curious learners, which, to be honest, guys, give me a great sense of relief. It tells me that this is a really good step into a very successful conference here, right? Excellent. Let's go to the next slide here. The next slide is this, right? Did someone tell you about the TBN Asia conference? Yes or no? Go ahead, click on the answer, yes or no. Did somebody tell you about a TBN conference? Yes or no? And as we can see, overwhelmingly, 98.4% says yes. Now, why is this important? It is important for this very, very simple reasons, ladies and gentlemen. I came into TBN Asia because of Dr. Kim Tan, right? It is because of you, my man, that I'm here today, right? Now, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to welcome each other, to this conference here. I want you to stand up, mingle around. Don't have to introduce your name, but basically say this to people. I'm here because of you, right? I'm here because of you. I'm here because of you. Shall we do that? Everybody, let's stand up, look at each other and say, I'm here because of you, of you, of you, are you, right? All right, everybody, come on back. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Next slide. All right. So I'm here because of you. 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 And because of that, ladies and gentlemen, please do not be an introvert in this room here, right? For the time being, park it aside. Your job over the next 2 days is to connect, is to connect, is to connect, is to learn, is to learn, is to learn, is to be open, is to be open, is to be open, right? Now, these are all the different programs that we have. I want just to kind of show you a little bit on what's going on. Now, if you look at the little bit of the subtitles at the top here, you'll notice a few things here that says no recording, access on-site only. As we are in this conference, this is being live streamed globally into the world here. So hello to everybody. Where's the camera here? Hello everybody. To our online audience here. The idea is really simple, guys. Just watch this and see whether you are able to access the stream here. So for those that are up here, no recordings. They are live streamed for virtual assistants. There's no recordings, access site only, or recorded sessions that will be available to you later, right? Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Yep, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so I think we are done for all the announcements here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for the conference? Oh my gosh, I'm not convinced by your response here, right? Are you ready for the conference? Oh my gosh, I'm still not very convinced. Let's do that one more time. Are you ready for the conference? Yes. So everybody, let's put our hands together for the chairman of TBN Asia, Mr. Melvyn Mark.
Hello there. Welcome. Wow, we didn't know there's so many countries that represented here. On behalf of TBN, we welcome all of you here. All right? We really hope that you'll be part of this community, part of this family. Now, I want to keep my opening address short. So I've got a PowerPoint here so that you can follow, okay? All right. 4 emphasis that we want to make. First, collaboration. Second, what is the core of what we're doing? Third is a country focus. And fourth, what is the centerpiece? All right? So I will spend my time just going through. The pandemic has actually devastated the work of poverty alleviation by, I don't know, the experts talk about maybe 20, 30 years. That's really tough. And then to add on, you have this Ukrainian war that affects everybody. So we realize that really it's so key that we have collaboration. We can't do it alone. So in this particular conference, you have multi-faith collaboration. TBN is about multi-faith. We have done that ever since we began. Every year there's a multi-faith panel because we appreciate and we want to make friends with people of all faiths. So multi-sector collaboration, cross-country collaboration, that's what it is all about. So that's the first thing. Second, it is about the core. In other words, we are going beyond just how we can get social impact, investment, and stuff like that done. We want to dwell deeper into the why. Okay? That's why this whole idea of your faith driving you to do what you are doing is incredible. Because that motivation is stronger. The other thing is the whole idea of stewardship. And we will have a panel talking about corporate stewardship. What we have is not our own, right? We are entrusted, and we want to encourage every corporate, every organization to do likewise. So that's the core of what we're doing. We hope to get it deeper. The third has to do with country focus, because what we're doing in this particular conference is really to launch TBN Indonesia. You know, we have been taking journey with Indonesia for the last, I don't know, 4-5 years. But finally, we felt it's time to launch TBN Indonesia. And the TBN Indonesia team is here. They want to get a time with you and build an ecosystem for Indonesia, all right? Then, of course, we will be launching an initiative called the TBN Alliance, where, you know, we have TBN Africa, TBN Asia, TBN Americas, but each one of them are floating around, kind of like independently, but we want to bring it together. And working with Belmont University and working with Templeton Religion Trust, we're going to come together to make it happen, right? But finally, it's about the centerpiece. We all work through social enterprises because these are those precious groups of people that works and give jobs to the poor and try to get sustainable and scalable. We have more than 50 exhibitors booth here. Some of the social enterprises are around. They have no opportunity to put in a booth. All right? So this is what we hope as we journey, that you go deeper into it, connect as much as possible, and that's the thing you are encouraged to do. All right? Thank you very much. And where's the MC? He didn't know I ended up so fast, right?
Yeah, that's because you usually take 1 hour to do your opening address, yeah? Yeah. Very cool, everybody. Melvyn, Mark, right? Let's go. All right, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Kim Tan, who is the founder of the TBN, Transformational Business Network. He is the guy that seeded the idea. He's the guy that started it in the TBN in UK, and because of that, now it's become transnational. Everybody, put your hands together. Dr. Kim Tan.
Selamat pagi. I want to share some of the challenges that we've had in the last 2 years about how some of our businesses within the funds that we have are recovering from the pandemic, because I think there are lessons for us all in the way that some of these companies have sort of managed their businesses. Sadly, like many companies here in Asia as well, some have survived, some haven't. Some are what we describe as walking dead, right? They're kind of not half dead and half alive. But there are lots of lessons, I think, that we can learn from the last few years. You know, one British politician said that we are all in the same boat during the pandemic. I wrote an article to say we're not all in the same boat. Some are in luxury yachts and ocean liners. Some are in little sampans. Some are on, holding on to little floats. We may all be in the same storm, but we were not all in the same boat. And that's true too for some of the businesses in our network. This is one of the casualties. We had a business in Zambia producing forest honey, 90,000 beehives, working with about 9,000 farmers. The borders shut, and we could not export for over a year and a half. And so we couldn't buy more honey. And sadly, the owner of the business died a few years ago, and there was no management to manage the business. So we've had to exit this particular business. So this is one of the casualties of the pandemic. The whole of the hospitality industry to Africa shut down. There were no planes flying, hotels closed, so our safari game park also had to shut. It was shut for 1.5 years. Very, very tough time. We had to lay off about half the people, about 30 people, kept about 30, 35, but we laid on food banks so that we knew that they had homes to go to, but at least with a food bank, we were able to support them, and we kept their medical insurance going. So there's been a tough time for many in the hospitality industry, and it's still suffering because we don't have enough flights still coming into Africa. So tourists are still not returning in the kind of numbers. I think Bali is doing better, right? So instead of, I think you were getting about 15,000 per day into Bali every day pre-pandemic, and you're now down around about 10,000 a day now. So Bali is recovering faster, I think, than we are recovering in Africa. But there were other things that we were able to do. In the absence of tourists, what was great was the animals loved it. It was a great time for the animals, you know, and we were able to get on and do a lot of the soil erosion and conservation work that we couldn't do when you have lots of tourists around. You know, in my Bible, there are instructions about a year called the Year of Jubilee. It's a year in which we are to have 1 year's holiday, no work. We are to cancel debts. We are to forgive, debts and sins, and we are to release slaves, and we'll return property to the original owners. And that 1 year was a fantastic year for things to grow wild, for animals to roam. And, you know, I have many friends who said, I heard birds for the first time because they live in the city. You know, you from Singapore, you never heard birds, right? Until the pandemic. Suddenly you realize, oh, there are birds around and they're singing. And we have stories of penguins walking the high road in South Africa. Lions were like kings. They were just wandering all over the place. It was a great time for creation. Great time for creation. And so all our animals loved it. They were breeding like mad. And we were breeding a lot of cheetahs as well, and so on. But it was a hard time. We couldn't work with students. We have a 1,500 acres outside of the main reserve where we have an educational park where we bus in children for a day to learn about conservation and to walk with giraffes and walk with zebras. Couldn't do any of that. Everything was shut down. So that still hasn't recovered, and we need to be doing more to recover that. Another thing that happened was we were able to get on and learn how to plant and reforest the land. And we've just, in the last few months, concluded a big deal to plant about 12,000 acres of land with this particular plant called speckbloom that animals eat, but also generates carbon. So we have a deal now that can generate carbon for the next 30 years. So that allowed us time to sort of do a lot of experimenting. And that's what we are taking now to Uganda. It's also given us time to plan for the next project. So we are going to 2 more forests in Uganda to learn how to protect the forests. And these are forests where there are gorillas left and chimpanzees, and building a number of enterprises around the forest to see if we can raise livelihoods and protect the forest. But some of the businesses really did very well. So this is a business called Kentegra. It's growing flowers called chrysanthemum flower. We harvest the flower every 2 weeks, we dry, and we then extract pyrethrum, which is an organic insecticide. It's what we use in mosquito coils, mosquito sprays. This is organic. This has just grown and grown through the pandemic. The government of Kenya recognized that this was an essential service, so they didn't shut us down. We were able to transport stuff all over the place. And we now are working with over 9,000 farmers, about 1,000 acres of chrysanthemum for export, all for export, which is great because it brings in US dollars for the country. And this was another one that just expanded. This is our, what we call it, toilet business in the slums in Kenya. We've expanded from about 3,000 toilets to 4,000 toilets. They're all blue, called Fresh Life. So you fly over the biggest slum in Africa, in Kibera, you will see dots of blue, and that's us. And we've been able to sort of take a lot of waste away, and during the pandemic, finish building a big factory to produce black soldier fly protein from the waste. So this is flies that lay their eggs on poo, on waste, all right? It's a combination of organic waste, and we harvest the larvae and use it in animal feed. It's a really valuable product now, and we then, the second product out of that is organic fertilizer. So that's been successful. We've also, in the last year, been talking about raising a third fund for one of our funds there. This is another business that was struggling. Schools got shut down. And in Uganda, it was shut for almost 18 months. Our children were deprived of school for 18 months. But because we use technology platform, we were able to go online. But many families didn't have smartphone and didn't have computers at home. So some benefited during the pandemic, others didn't. So very uneven. We're not all in the same boat. Even when you're poor, you're not in the same boat. But having restarted the school now and so on, we're now up to 6,000 schools with 2 million kids in our schools. That's grown and grown and grown. And we've just recently taken on a large contract for the government of Rwanda to take over their schools, several hundred schools there. So a mixed story, a really mixed story, but one that is encouraging us to keep going and keep expanding. This is another one that was essential. We just plant trees without owning any land. We work with over 20,000 small farmers who have little plots of land they're not using, and we plant trees. And then we come and harvest, and we share the revenue with them. We're now up, in the last 2 years, planted another 1 million trees, and we're now up to about 7 million trees. And so here's another interesting one that has just been interesting. This is agency banking using mobile phones in Nigeria, and we have about 14 million users now, about 70 million transactions a month to the value of $4 billion per month of transaction. And this is just the poor doing transactions with one another. Small merchants doing transactions. Finally, you will see Tim Tan here. This, unfortunately, government didn't see this as an essential service, shut us down, and we're just reopening. So Tim has got a session here. This is a really, really important technology. Kanaf is a plant that grows really, really well. We use it for house building. Mixed with lime, no sand, no cement. It's a fantastic technology. So go to Tim's session. With the fibers are used for making car interiors. So it's a really fascinating technology. So join Tim in his session. Green Hope is here. But Tommy is here. During the pandemic, he was able to grow. They just moved into a new business, new factory, and growing. And just successfully closed out a very large financing round. So even during the pandemic, Green Hope has been able to pivot, adapt, move to a new factory, and seen further exports. So go join his session. and you will learn about all the wonderful biodegradable plastics that he can make now from cassava. And then finally, the business in our prison in Singapore has had to close because of the pandemic, but now has become a slightly different business in that it's become more and more about training and job placement. And even here, they've been able to grow. So these are some of the things that have happened to our businesses. We've learned a lot. There've been a lot of pain, but thankfully, most of them have survived and looking forward to growth. So I hope that some of this have been helpful to you, that we need to learn to be agile. We need to learn how to adapt. But above all, we need a community of people who can support one another. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Kim Tan. Everybody, round of applause to Dr. Kim Tan, please. Thank you very much. Yep, very cool. All right, well, I love the stories that Kim, talked about all the time. And, I love the Kuzuko Safari. I love the Buck Schools. I love Green Hope. Where's Tommy? Tommy, if you're here, can you just wave your hands, please? Where in the world? There we are, Tommy, right? I remember sitting in one of his sharing sessions. I said, my gosh, could you really, create plastics out of the cassava plants here? He told me it is really, really possible. So really, really happy to see that that's going on right now, right? I'm really happy to see my friend Tim Tan's Kanef plant, being used to build houses. He told me that the Kanef plants are being used on the dashboards of cars. Can you believe that? Now, I never knew that. So this is a conference where we talk about the people in action here. But the truth is this, ladies and gentlemen, it is not about what we do that matters, but it's the values that we represent, that we bring to the table that matters a whole lot more, right? And right now, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce the first plenary session of the day, and this is the Multi-Faith Collaboration Session. Now, I am personally really excited about this, because I think if you were to be honest with ourselves, the major faiths and religions in the world sometimes, well, maybe I'm understating it, sometimes couldn't see eye to each other. And because of that, it stands in the way of us working together to make this world a whole much better place. And we want to kind of open up this conversation in a very sensitive and in a very respectful way here. And I'm going to introduce again once more time my good friend, Mr. Melvyn, Chairman of TBN Asia, to be the moderator for the next session. Everybody, once again, Melvyn Mark, please. Thank you.
Test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear? All right, can I invite my panels to come up here? Pak Irfan, Elisha, Song. Please take your seat here. Can we have our first slide flash? Actually can see what is on here. Well, I think I better stand up. Very soft. One of those journeys that we are having to do in interfaith or multi-faith is really about understanding each other really deeper. Because unless we develop a relationship with one another, you can't proceed. It's a very superficial thing. So we want to go deeper into that. And what happened is that, where did I aim? Oh, all right. We work together with Templeton Religion Trust in the US because they are all about multi-faith, understanding each other. So we said that, well, perhaps the better way of getting multi-faith collaboration done is through poverty elevation. And that's what we actually did. We took a very different process in getting that done, okay? Where do I shoot? Huh? Okay. What we did was that we started with having focus groups. And we get focus groups that are from different religions to come together, different faiths. And we ask basically 4 basic questions through 4 sessions. The first has to do with share your journey of faith. And it's incredible. I mean, if we are Christian, we share why we are Christian. If we are Muslim, we share why we are Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, and all faiths. Because we have on our panel one guy who is all faith, okay? So we took that journey through 4 months. First, share your journey of faith. Second, why do you give? Because it drives the subject deeper. The third is share your vulnerabilities. Now that, I was very, tentative about whether we really can do something like that. But it happens, all right? Bring the conversation and the sharing very deep. And the fourth is what needs to change in society and what we can do about it. And that brings the subject into poverty elevation. Altogether, this process involves 15 people representing the major faiths from 3 nations, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. And then out of that, we actually get the panel to choose 3 social enterprise awards. And today, by the end of this session, we will actually be, presenting the awards to the 3 social enterprises. So that's what it's all about. And here, we have 3 of our speakers, panelists. They each are from the different faith, but yet at the same time, we actually develop a relationship with one another. So we want to start off by Irfan Amali, who is from Peace Generation. Would you take the next 5 minutes sharing?
Okay, thank you, Melvyn. Hello, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Let me introduce myself. I am Irfan Amali. I am co-founder of Peace Generation Indonesia. So I started my social enterprises 15 years ago. I co-founded the Peace Generation with my friend. I am Muslim, and my friend Eric is a Christian. And I'm from Indonesia, Eric from America. And we found the movement was begin with very simple conversation. So he was my English teachers. And when we were in the conversation, Eric has the prejudice to me because I have beard. So he saw me as the member of Taliban like that. And also in the discussion, I accused his nation as responsible for every chaos in Indonesia. So he was offended by me. But we found the same concern about how we have the next generation learn more about peace. And because I'm a children book writers, and also Eric is a counselor for young people in the Chicago about the gangsters and everything like that. So 15 years ago, we started only writing the simple modules for teacher how to teach the peace education. Yes. Okay. Oh, this. Yeah. So this is the situation. So Indonesia suffering from many. Okay, I can see here. Indonesia is suffering from many radicals and extreme and terrorist attack, including in Bali. Yeah, this is the number. You can see the numbers. 800,000 people committed extreme actions. And if we go deeper, actually there are the latent or potential radicalism within their minds. Yeah? It is not action, but minds. But if we go deeper, the root of the problem is the prejudice and fanaticism and lack of empathy. And we are working in this very deep level. This next. So, so I just started writing the very simple modules, 12 basic value of peace, started from how to see ourselves, because the peace begin with ourselves. So proper view of ourselves, how to be aware of ourselves and how to remove the prejudice. And the next one is proper view of others. In Indonesia, others are maybe consist of 5. different religion, different ethnicity, different genders, different social status, and different groups. And after you have the proper view of others, still there are potential of conflict. And we teach them about how to manage the conflict. Conflict is not deniable. Yeah, every conflict is natural, but violent, we can deny the violence. So we do how to transform the conflict. Next. Yeah. In the beginning, 15 years ago, we just trained 13 people from all over Indonesia, and they organically and naturally they spread these modules, including in Bali, in Aceh, in even now in Malaysia and in Philippines. And this movement grows, and finally we reorganize it as the social enterprise now. During the pandemic, we are fortunate because we are dealing with the young people, and they are familiar with the technology. So we transform almost all of our modules, games, from the board game to online games, from the printed modules to online learning. And we found that the COVID is blessing for us because it opened many opportunities. We used to make like a gathering of agent of peace all over Indonesia, always offline. But it is so costly. But during the pandemic, we can make the gathering and training more frequently because it's less costly, and we find many possibilities. And if you talk about technology in Indonesia, it doesn't mean high technology. Even we use the low technology like WhatsApp, Telegram to train. You cannot imagine how to train using WhatsApp. But in Indonesia, learning is chatting. Chatting is more important than learning. So we use gamification using WhatsApp. And it's so effective. And we also incorporate the experiential learning using the low technology. Because in Indonesia, some area, even the Zoom is too high, need the bandwidth. But WhatsApp, everyone has WhatsApp or Telegram. Even during the pandemic in Indonesia, the number of terrorism attack and extremism is decreasing. But the number of hate speech they are transforming to the cyberspace, and the number of the hate speech is increasing. So I want to close my presentation with the words from the Martin Luther King. Those who love peace must learn to organize as effective as those who love war. Yeah. Because we are competing. We are competing. In Indonesia, alhamdulillah, praise for God, that the social enterprises and CSO are working together with the government how to combat the terrorism, the extremism. But in other side, the groups of the advocate of the violent, they are still there and working more effective using the technology. So it is still, there are the potential, even we are facing the presidential election, and it is very proud, it is very vulnerable for us. So now we are working how to strengthen our work. Peace Generation also organizing the K-Hub, Knowledge Hub, how to organize the work of the CSO who are working in this area about the peace and preventing violent extremism even more solid and more well structured. Thank you.
Thank you, Irfan. By the way, we're going to open up the floor for questions, all right? So please key in your questions if you have, and then we can pose it to him. But I want to begin with asking you a question, right? It's interesting. I remember during our sessions, you shared that you actually was a radical, and you actually wanted to kill people of other faiths. So how did you end up doing something like that?
Yeah.
And then your partner is a Christian missionary. I mean, that blows my mind. Can you?
Yeah. I grew up in the Puritan Muslim family or fundamental Muslim family. So I grew up with the idea, I have the friends, different religion, and my father kept telling me, your friend will go not to the heaven, to the paradise. Only you will go to the heaven, with the idea like this. So very exclusive. And when I went to my pesantren, Islamic boarding school for 6 years, I was self-radicalized because I was exposed with many, many books and the tragedy in how Muslim was oppressed by Christian in Spanish and everything. So I have the hatred to the other religion. Even I have experienced how to melempar, what is that? Gereja, throw the church with the stones like that, the hatred. But fortunately, at that time there was no Facebook, there was no the online recruitment. So I just self-radicalized like that. Yeah. But now I am helping many young people who are provoked to go to ISIS. Even one people, my student go to the ISIS, never back again. And I am assisting some people, some young people who want to join and who return from the ISIS now. And we are working with them. And if I see them, I see myself in their ages. But fortunately, I'm in different environment. Because most of them are provoked and provoked by ISIS using the social media. So, but since I have the very, very beautiful childhood. I have many friends, so I have the good memory about the diversity in my childhood. That's keep bringing me to the imagination about the peace. So when I go to the university, I attended one very life-changing experience, watching the movie about the Mahatma Gandhi, and joined the non-violent group in Solo at that time. So it was life-changing experience, and I went to Cambodia to see how the young people from the Asia Pacific preaching about the peace, and it's life-changing for me. And when I back to Indonesia, I started my peace education movement when I was in the university. That's my story.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Peace Generation is really an advocacy group for peace. I think that's very important. Before we get into all kinds of interfaith collaboration, if we don't really have that relationship understanding and someone doing something like what Irfan is doing, we're not going anywhere, all right? So while there are questions, you can continue to pose. I want to pass the time over to the next person. Is that Song? All right, please take 5 minutes, introduce yourself and what you do.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi. My name is Song Chua. I'm ethnic Chinese. I was born in Indonesia, Pak Irfan's country. I'm Singaporean citizen. But now I live in beautiful Malaysia. I live in Penang. My sharing this morning is a bit more personal. I'm from Clarion New Life Capital. It is a very new company, a new fund that was launched, and part of it is because of the pandemic. Just to share, I started out as a professional in the venture capital, and I started out in 1996. For those of you who are old enough, 1996 was pre-2000 where the dot-com bubble burst, okay? So we grew our investments from 1996 to a very sizable portion, and then devastation. Pretty much like what we see happening today, isn't it? Markets have crashed and it was terrible. So we went through a very difficult time, but thankfully we overcame all these adversities. And finally, in 2002, we exited a lot of the investments we had made. We did very well, thankfully, but it was a very devastating experience for me. And in 2004, I basically walked away from venture capital. in my Christian worldview, I cannot serve God and money. And so I wanted to do something more meaningful with my life. I wanted to do something with eternal value. And so I felt I had to give up all this business world and go into the world of the church. And that was how I basically viewed my life and my worldview at that time. And as a result of that, I left venture capital and I became a missionary. My church in Singapore sent me to Myanmar as a missionary, and they did that without training at all. They just sent me, and we became missionaries in Myanmar, and I spent 8 years there. I planted churches, I pastored churches, and it was some of the best years of my life. But the thing is, although Myanmar was one of the poorest countries in the world, again, my perspective and worldview at that time caused me to only focus on the church, and although I saw poverty around me, I felt I had no part in it. I was single-mindedly focused on the work of the church. And so you see this paradigms that I had, business world and church world, and the two don't mix. And that's where a paradigm shift really happened. Well, I'm supposed to have slides, actually. Oh, dear. I think we can forget the slides, maybe. So the two paradigms that I've had merged during the time of the pandemic, I felt that there was no need to actually separate these things, that truly I could become a businessman, I can become a venture capitalist, and I can also be an effective Christian minister. And the two worlds don't necessarily collide, that they can be integrated. My faith and my work can integrate. There is no necessity for me to separate them. And that really is the beginning of Clarion Capital, because we then are able to release many of the churches that I am part of to also consider how they can impact the world around them. Now, one of the things in the pandemic, questions that I asked was this. When churches closed down, really the community around them couldn't care. It made no difference. Whether they opened or closed, it didn't make a difference. Nobody around the church really cared about it. And that spoke something to me. Perhaps the church has become irrelevant because we do not engage in the lives of the people around us. And so Clarion New Life Capital is part of this endeavor, initiative that I have started together with a group of friends. And we want to really allow for the church to become something more effective and meaningful and relevant to the communities, to the people around them. And so that is my personal story, a very simple story of integrating my work and my faith. And so the Interfaith Collaboration Focus Group was very interesting for me because it was a time for me to listen to people like Pa Irfan and many other interesting people that we've had about how their faith and their work inform each other, how their faith informed their work and how their work informed their faith. And it was a time for me to learn and to understand how the different faiths, we're all actually people, regular people. We struggle with the same things. We struggle with relationships. We struggle with making life work. And at the core of it, this is what unites us together. And so for me, it was a very enriching experience to understand and to get to know so many other people in a platform that if I was not given the opportunity by Melvyn, I probably would not have appreciated. So thank you very much for having me, Melvyn, to be part of that Interfaith Collaboration Group and for sharing this morning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, continue to put in your questions. Song, I have a question for you. In your New Life Capital, you invested in some of those social enterprises that actually helps the underserved, helps those who are refugees, perhaps, and those who are bottom of the pyramid. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. Maybe this is time to show the slides that was not shown earlier. Oh, this thing? Okay. The slides have to be on first, right? So, yes, but to answer your question, Melvyn, Clarion, we invest in a few sectors: the education, agriculture, housing, and manufacturing. I think what you were referring to was in the education sector. We decided to partner with Ideas Academy, and this is a learning center for secondary school level students in KL. And what they do is they serve mainly the refugees. So Malaysia is an interesting story because there are hundreds of thousands of refugees, and yet they have no real learning, schooling opportunities. And also many of the students have primary school level education, but when they come to 13, 14 years old, they have very few opportunities. And so it was a great privilege to be able to partner with Ideas Academy. But also for me personally, I moved to Penang basically to be part of this paradigm shift that I've had, to be part of a New Life Community Center. This is something we started. And it's also a secondary school level education center. And what I want to do is to be really with the students, to be part of the community on the ground level. And I am now the math teacher. I teach secondary school level math. And every day, my life, 80% of my time is spent with in Penang with New Life Center. And this is a group of us here, very small. We just started a couple years ago. We got shut down because of the pandemic, and we just restarted. And so it's been a very wonderful experience for me to be able to be part of this new paradigm that I'm in, and I'm very grateful to be able to do that.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. And now, our third panelist, Elisha Satvinder. Take it on.
Good morning. Is it okay? Selamat pagi dan good morning.
Yeah.
So I think I got everybody, yeah? Yeah. I'm actually here with my wife, Patrina, and two of my colleagues, Joey and Sue. They're here. So because the story is never about one person or a few people, it's always about a community of people. I think my story, Patrina's story, my wife actually comes, if you know the geography of Malaysia, she comes from a state called Kelantan. So it's up to the border of Thailand, so predominantly Malay Muslim. I grew up in PJ, of course, closer to the city, and grew up in a Sikh family, not Sikh, Sikh, just in case. And very involved in the temple and whatever not, and lost my dad at an early age. While that was happening to me, Patrina was making her migration down to KL to study. Nevertheless, life just got crazy, because it's got everything to do with what I do today. And at 19, I managed a bar. So I often say I served the wrong spirit behind the wrong bar council. And that's where life just intersected with a lot of different issues. And that's where faith comes in. And God, in His amazing grace, touched my life, turned me around. And I just started doing different things in church. As I grew up, we'll just leave it here. As I grew up, and then of course I met Patrina in church. We had, you do different things, your studies, your education. But when we had come back from Portland, we went into this place called Sentul in Kuala Lumpur. Anybody? I know there's a Sentul in Jakarta, but this is a Sentul in Kuala Lumpur. Anybody been there? Wonderful. And we encountered the poor. This was a squatter community, predominantly Hindus. And of course, when you go in, everybody think you're going to proselyte them. The challenge began, and Patrina will be so frustrated, in wanting to just teach them, because when she interacted with them and we interacted with them, they could not even spell their own names. It's quite difficult for us to understand that sometimes, isn't it? They couldn't spell their own names. That's challenging. Where does that leave them in society? So, like my dear brother talked about, being a missionary and all that. So my question was, what's the point of the church in the community if the church cannot impact and influence and empower the community to have a better life? And that turned everything around. And it got us to really look at Scripture. And there are 2,000 places the poor are mentioned. So I often say, seminary educated my mind, but the poor educated my heart. They became my professors. And Petrina would often say, if I watch the child, then I know what I need to do next. Because the child will lead me. So hence, I'm going to go back and forth. We have the first Montessori for the poor in the whole of Southeast Asia. Today, we have, through that, I'll come back, yeah? Today, we have, in Dignity, 25 countries represented. All ethnicities, all religions. But it started with people being very suspicious of both of us, thinking that we are coming to start a church, we're going to just get people into the church. But God had His own different things. And my dear two brothers here, you inspire me. And I think the word that I would often use is common ground. We need to learn to come on the common ground without imposing beliefs and convictions, but coming to the common ground of empowering community, society, intervening, and seeing that we can inspire them to live a better tomorrow. Thank you for that underwhelming response. Yeah. So I think we can do those things. And I think that must be something we always aspire to do. So as we moved on, Petrina got very inspired with the Montessori concept. So of course we didn't have the money. We still don't have money, just in case you have your checkbooks ready. I'm also a fundraiser. Yeah. Can you imagine Montessori? How many of your kids have gone to a Montessori school? Okay, don't be embarrassed. Yeah. It's always for the rich, but we said, you know what? Why not for the poor? Why not for the poor? And when they first came, Petrina was nervous, the kids were nervous, so everybody was nervous. And from there, the launching pad of education. So can you imagine? 19 years, she's the brains and running a school. No way. And can I have the next slide? Is it? Oh, okay. I can I have that? Yeah. So from what started with just 4 floors on the ground, on the floor, going into the squatter community, my wife going and playing badminton with the aunties, and I going into the boys, and just, you must remember the community that I went in. When you have refugees who are Rohingyas and different ethnic groups, the thing that can be radicalized is religion. So here comes in the padre, and they think you are going to turn around and convert everybody. But my only interest was, how can I get them out of gangsterism and poverty? That was my interest. So I started going to their school and signing their report card for Parent-Teacher Day. We started taking kids home, Petrina and me, and everybody thought we were insane. I said, well, we don't suffer from insanity, we just enjoy every moment of it. And yeah. So we started taking these kids home. These are kids of serious gangsters who actually do a lot of crazy things anyway. And we started raising them up. We have 2 biological daughters, and we foster and adopt 18 others. You heard that, 18. So if you whine about 2-3 kids, I say, go and get a life. So I pastor a church. I sit on the executive council of the evangelicals in Malaysia. So always challenging religious groups and saying, don't get stuck on proselyting. Get lost in this whole thing called humanity, people, inspiring them, giving them something to live for beyond everything else that they see. you know. And so we started adding on primary school, secondary. Today we've got enterprises. And again, 25 different countries. We've added a farm on. And can you imagine, we've got a soccer tournament called Faisal Cup. And it's a sad story of how one of our students passed away during the World Cup. So every time World Cup is bad memories for me. But that one tournament is going on for 15, 18 years now, inspires multi-races to come together. We have peace camps. And can you imagine, Ifran's song, having people from all different religions, especially Muslim and Christians, playing together and winning the tournament. Now, that's an adrenaline high. That's something so powerful. And so all these kids are working together, they are studying together, they do everything together. They may be killing each other in their own countries, but at Dignity, they are working together and studying together and doing things together. This is the farm, just an aerial shot of the farm. Petrina anchors herself there a bit more. Yes, there is Lionel Messi. So if you want to buy his jersey, very cheap, yeah, come. And again, engaging the United Arab Emirates being recognized. The whole issue is this: religion used in the right way will empower and change. Used in the wrong way, it's destructive. And we've seen enough of that. Don't you think so? We've seen enough of that. And in that one shot, that center shot, 5 different religions and multiple ethnicities. These are the kids that are graduating, finding empowerment in their life, going back into society, going to different countries, finding life again. We have 200 staff, and that's what they do, and that's a short story of Dignity. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, I'm really inspired. I visited your center. I think over 1,000 students.
2,000 students.
2,000 now. Wow.
Yeah.
And you have not just vocational training, but these looks like social enterprises in the making, right? Your cafe, and then your farm, and so on. Can you share with us, while the questions are being posed, I mean, I am receiving some of the questions already. Share with us, how do you see the next 5 years?
How do we see the next 5 years? Well, that's the next shift after the MCO, isn't it? After the whole pandemic thing. And I think education must be more practical, not just academics. I think we must make people global citizens, not just students in a classroom. I think education has to be so much more empowering. Education has to be so much more enterprising. It just cannot be books. It has to be. So in the next 5 years, Petrina and the team are thinking through a lot of different things right now, is how can we bring even a greater collaboration into enterprise for the students, start them young.
All right, so I had a feeling that the School of Entrepreneurs is coming up, right?
It is. It is.
All right, thank you very much. Now, there's some questions here. Some I think I can just answer. There's a question here, would we work like Chuchi Foundation? I suppose what you mean is that, I mean, Chuchi works in the faith, right? Actually, TBN behaves like that, but more. Because we are not just into the donation charity model. In fact, we are into what we call intentional job creation and economic empowerment and scalability. So absolutely, we work like that. By the way, Chuchi is a very good partner of TBN because if you remember, I don't know if you go to our social media, our first video clip to publicize this particular conference is an interview with Ta'ai TV. I mean, every year they will do that. We want to develop that kind of a heart, but deal with economic empowerment and social innovation. Okay, there are some questions here. Maybe I'll just choose one to ask each of you. For Irfan, there's a question here. How do you deal with Islam radicalism? Is there needs to support Islam Nusantara movement?
Yeah, it's actually Islam Nusantara is one of the term that promoted by one of biggest Muslim community NU in Indonesia. In other hand, we also have the another jargon like Islam Berkemajuan promoted by Muhammadiyah. But in Indonesia, Indonesia is the biggest Muslim country that has two big pillars, that menopang. What is menopang? To support this the biggest democracy country in the world. We have NU and Muhammadiyah. We don't find this kind of the two pillars in other countries like Afghanistan, Saudi, and everything. So the biggest two social organization, religious social organization in Indonesia support Indonesia. So that's why Muhammadiyah and NU in Indonesia is promoted to get the Nobel Prize for Peace because they play big roles. So the question, how we deal with the radical groups. Actually, the radical group in Indonesia is imported from somewhere. Indonesia tradition, Muslim Islamic tradition in Indonesia rooted to the very, very moderate and peaceful beliefs. If we see Muhammadiyah and NU. So how we deal with them? Actually, they are noisy minority. In other hand, there are silent majority, NU and Muhammadiyah and the rest of the Muslim Indonesia are moderate, but they are silent. According to the last research done by PPIM, that in the social media, the moderate group is now starting to be more active, majority. So Muhammadiyah, NU, and also the government is working very hard now how to voice the moderate voice in the social media. Because in the reality, you can find Indonesia a very peaceful society. But if you see in internet, yes, the radical group still became the leader, especially in the social media. But in the website, for the last 3 years, moderate groups is winning. The three highest website in Indonesia led by the moderate group. So we have to be grateful that in the last 3 years, the moderate group is start to winning to the radical voices. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, really, we should pray for your movement because it gets the message down to everyone. I think that's a very important layer before we talk about interfaith collaboration, right? Thank you so much, Fran. There's a question here for Song. How do you do your work and involve spirituality in multi-faith?
Could you repeat that again?
How do you do your work in the area of what you're doing and involve the spirituality of multi-faith? In other words, okay, you're a Christian, but you are actually working with people of other faiths. Now, how do you go about doing that?
Yeah.
And be genuine.
I think part of the way people are made up is what motivates us. For me, my faith motivates me very deeply. And I would love to live in a way that I think would bring pleasure to the God I worship. And to me, an expression of that is then to do my job well. And to do that job well with the giftings that He has given to me, the resources that He has entrusted to me, and to steward that in the most responsible way that would bring the greatest help to the people around me. And so I think in that way, the work that I do is rooted and motivated deeply by the faith that I have, the values that my Christian faith imparts to me, and therefore I can do it in the most integrated way. I don't feel any sort of tension then that because I'm doing something that I'm not supposed to do. Rather, it's precisely I'm supposed to do that I can then express that in the most integrated way. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Yeah, more or less. All right, thank you. Being mindful of the time, can I have my prompter? Yes. So one of the things that we get the panel to do is to actually bring about a selection of awards to social enterprises. And it's really a collaboration of sorts, okay? So if you can put up my slide again. All right.
Hi, my name is Nani Zulminarni from Indonesia.
My name is Vina Vinesa.
Hello, my name is Dua Priyanto.
Can we skip that one first?
Director of Peace Generation Indonesia.
Yeah. All right. So what we did as a interfaith group is that we got them involved in the process of selection of social enterprises that would receive the award. So we have 17 social enterprises that TBN Asia works with. Actually, more than that, but we shortlisted it at 17. Then we got Oak Tree Advisory. They are actually professionally being able to look at what these social enterprises are doing and whether they are actually primed to receive the award. And they shortlisted 6. And then we have 3 finalists that are being selected by our interfaith panel that represents 5 different faiths. So the way they work together in selection, I'm really touched, heartening how this interfaith group works together. So I would like to take this time to invite Dr. Kim Tan as a representative of the Board of Trustees of Templeton Religion Trust to come and give the awards away. All right, Dr. Kim Tan. All right. Do we have the awards, the envelopes given to Dr. Kim Tan? Okay, let me just feature. So the first award grantee is Jasperi from Thailand. Right? Okay. The envelopes are missing. Well, can I invite Jasperi? Neil? All right. Okay. We basically, we don't have an envelope, but we want to invite him here. Shake hands with Dr. Kim Tan. Yeah, and you will hear more about him at the afternoon workshop where they will do a pitching, all right? Okay, thank you. Thank you. The next one is a platform called Commerce from Indonesia. Where's Bayu? Yeah. I'm sorry, his organization name has only 1 M. But I suppose I put it there because Melvyn, right? The third one is Aura from Malaysia. Where's Ganesh? All right, Ganesh works with the Orang Asli, but they're doing great work. Jasperi works with the rice farmers. They produce one of the best organic rice, and commerce. It's a platform. Well, it's like Lazada or, I don't know, Tokopedia or something. But they work with those micro enterprises. That's great. All right. Thank you very much. Now, what we do is actually, we would just credit the account with the awards, right? At least $15,000 US per social enterprise. But, they have plans to use, to expand, to do much more. So in the afternoon in workshop 2, I think, they will be pitching. We invite those who are interested to listen to their stories and what's the plan for growing to join the workshop 2. By the way, the workshops in the afternoon, it actually will be here. It's just, we're going to divide this hall into 3. That's about it. So not much of a movement. All right, that's about it. And on behalf of the panelists, Song, Elisha, and Irfan, we thank you very much. All right, can I pass the time over to?
Melvyn, we are just going to take a really quick picture of you and the panelists on stage very quickly.
Right.
So cameraman, go ahead and take the picture really quickly.
Seated or stand?
It's okay, you can sit where you are, right? So let's do that. Okay, if not, then I'm going to take a picture for you, right? Let's do that. Okay, guys, have a good smile. This is my iPro Max camera, should be as good as a professional's. Oh, where are we now? Okay, let's go, right? Ready, 1, 2, 3, boom, you're done. Everybody round of applause. Oh, wait, hold on. The pro is here, the pro is here,
okay,
yes.
Okay, that's the official camera.
All right, we are done. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's go.
Thank you.
Everybody, how are you doing? Oh, a little bit lacking in energy here, huh? Everybody, can I ask you to stand up? Oh, come on. When I say hey, you say ho. When I say ho, you say hey. Right, ready to go. Hey! Ho! Hey! Ho! Everybody raise your hands up in the sky. Turn it around. Turn around, everybody. Turn around, everybody. Let's go. And do you remember what I did just now? Let's transfer energy to one another. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ha! Ha! Let's try that one more time. Let's go. Ha! Ha! Point to somebody. Ha! That's right. Let's go. Ha! Ha! Ho! Well done. Give yourself a round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. All right. I love the fact that we are able to bring people together and talk about things that truly matters to our hearts. And there's nothing more important than really reaching out to the children and to the youth. And the next plenary session, this is what we're going to talk about. What does Impact First Capital got to do, with empowering and lifting up the youth and children and young people in our society? And I'd like to give me great pleasure to introduce the CEO of Octava Foundation, which is a foundation focused on empowering youth and young people. Everybody, can I ask you to put your hands together and welcome Raman Sidhu. Everybody, thank you very much.
Loud and clear for everyone here. This is fantastic. Thank you so very much for having us here. And I'm super excited to be hosting the panel on behalf of Octava Foundation, but at the same time being here in the company of all social entrepreneurs and social impact first investors. It's been an amazing morning. The dinner yesterday was even amazing. So yeah, let's kick straight in. So we're not doing a panel today. We're doing a bit of a discourse. And why a discourse and why not a panel? because we wanted to really dwell deep into what is the challenge around education, especially in the context of the region, and how it manifests itself. But we also wanted to give each of our innovators an opportunity to really unpack for you all what is their unique perspective on the challenge of education in the region right now, and what are they doing to solve for it. So a little bit about the format of the session today. We have 4 speakers who are going to come up. Each of them are representing a specific innovation or an innovative model that has been applied to the current perennial challenges in education. So I'm not going to dwell so much on what the challenges around the education in the context of Southeast Asia are. You're all from within the region. You very well understand what's broken and why. But we're going to spend a lot of our time and energy today on looking at potential solutions and the application of it, not just in the context of where the solution has been applied now, but how it could be applied to the regions, to the countries, to the districts, to the communities that all of you are coming from. So all 4 innovators are really interested in also hearing from you on what is the possibility if that solution was applied in a different context, and especially in the context that you understand most. Before further ado, I'll be bringing one innovator up on stage. They will be presenting for 7 to 8 minutes. They will take you through their specific solution, and then we have about the rest of the maths of 11 to 13 minutes to really deliberate with you. So I hope all of you have access to Pigeonhole. Yeah? Raise a hand on who doesn't have access to Pigeonhole, because that's the context through which you'll be sending, the platform through which you'll be sending your questions and deliberative notes. Raise of hands who doesn't have access to Pigeonhole right now. Okay, great. Melvyn, you are the closest to the gentleman who've raised the hand. Could you please help them get on to Pigeonhole? And then, okay, so there are folks here. Maybe could we display the Pigeonhole QR or the email address again, please, so that everybody has access to that? Okay, fantastic. It's at the back of your speaker note. Yeah? Okay. The back, which has my lunch vouchers, but should have a code for you. Okay, so that's what you're going to use to send through your feedback. In the interest of time, each of the speakers has about 12 minutes to deliberate with you. So if you could keep your feedback to your perspective and comments onto their solution versus the questions around understanding their solution. All 4 speakers are available over today and tomorrow, so please do go find them over lunchtime, over dinner, or tomorrow, and you can understand their solutions a little bit better through that. So using the opportunity to really harness the wisdom out there in the audience today, online and in person here, for feedback and perspectives versus questions. A little bit about Octava Foundation, and really humbled by the opportunity to be presenting here on behalf of the foundation. We are a private grant maker based out of Singapore, predominantly doing work in Singapore till the pandemic made its surface. So we're a relatively young foundation as well, 5 years in the making, started the engagement in about 2016, 2017. We have a family office that goes by the same name, Octava. And the way we do our grant making is really investment-oriented or investment principles-oriented. You're going to see me use the word investee when I'm referring to our grantees versus grantees, because there's a lot to be said around the way we engage with our stakeholders and our partners in the context of helping them create investee-like returns for the social good that they're creating. So just changing that context by changing the language around it. We do deploy venture philanthropy approach towards supporting social innovation, entrepreneurs, and the nonprofit organizations we work with. what it means to do a venture philanthropy approach, and I think everybody takes that terminology slightly differently and a different take on it. The way we see it is really working with our investee organizations to help build their capacity to do more, better, scaled up work. So we do come in with a stash of cash where we can, but we also come in with a lot of capacity support, whether it's in forms of monitoring and evaluation, whether it's management supports, whether it's ability to just participate with the entrepreneur to think about the solution more, or to ponder more about the problem. And I think pondering and dwelling on the problem, I feel, is the time best spent. And we really take that approach with our entrepreneurs. So about 2 years ago, we started looking at our role in the ecosystem as Southeast Asia. We are a foundation that focuses specifically and single-mindedly on education for the disadvantaged children. And disadvantaged children could be in remote communities, in rural communities, in urban communities, in economically disadvantaged communities. But essentially, we look at in ethnic communities, ethnic minority communities. But the whole premise is if a child is disadvantaged in their ability to access quality education, then that's the focus area for us. And we started looking at how the pandemic had completely put a halt to the education system, and especially around the Southeast Asia. We were very blessed in Singapore that we had about a hiatus of 2 months in education where the schools were closed, and very quickly, Singaporean schools went back to a full-fledged education back again, with a little bit of remote learning, but predominantly status quo. And in the face of that, we had Philippines that had seen 18 months of school closures. And one can only begin to imagine the amount of learning loss that brought to the community. So we started looking at how might we encourage social innovation in the space of education and in the face of the opportunity that the pandemic had presented it. So in that context, we ran a challenge, a competition of sorts, to sieve out innovators out there in the region who were also attempting to solve for the very challenge. These were the key dimensions of the challenge, and incidentally, these are also the perennial challenges in the education system. So we expected, we wanted the social innovators to react to these 5 dimensions as they were applying for the challenge. And towards the end of the challenge, we had about 124 organizations that applied to be part of the challenge, to have access to the resource, to deploy their solutions in newer context, as well as access the capacity that was built through the challenge with MIT Solve. Of those 124, we selected 10 organizations that are currently in our investee portfolio for the challenge. As you can see, all 10 organizations that are currently in the portfolio have about 5 different levers that they are trying to affect. And it's my privilege to also say that two of our innovators are in the panel today. So they'll be sharing a little bit more about their solution. But what did we learn about running this social innovation-oriented competition? What we learned is that meeting the needs of underserved learners remains intractable. And what I mean by that is we pretty much came from a very novice approach of if you could find an affordable edtech solution that is accessible and it could be put in the hands of a disadvantaged school or a disadvantaged family or a disadvantaged child, that learning will start to happen. It's not that straightforward. There are other barriers that need to be solved for, and innovators out there are solving for that challenge. Homegrown innovation needs more and earlier nurturing. And we realized that of the 124 applications, 60% of the applications came from outside of the region. And those applications that came from within the region, we realized that the quality of the application of the solutions that had applied did not stack up to the same quality as was coming from outside of the region. So a good example of that would be we had about 20 applications come in from Philippines, which is, again, one of the areas where the schools were completely shut for about 18 months. None of those solutions made it to the final 10. And I can dwell a little bit more if the time allows on why that is. Education and edtech startups want help to develop their commercial capabilities right through the process of the 10 months when the challenge was open and we had engagement with the potential investees. All of them single tone said to us, we'll need ability to commercialize our financial model, to be able to raise funding, to have access to funds that allow for risk-taking, right? So when early-stage organizations are not able to show the returns or the X, what type of risk capital would be needed to be deployed so that we enable more risk-taking. A focus on sustainable business models to be balanced with emphasis on impact. So that, I suppose this is true for all social entrepreneurship, but this is extremely relevant and true for social entrepreneurship in the space of education. Because education is single-handedly the most social good that you could create in the world. So in that context, when you're thinking about education solutions in the social good context, you want to be asking, either as a funder or as an innovator, the question of what is the good? What is the measurement of that good? But at the same time, you also be asking, are we really deploying the solutions from the lessons that have been learned? Do we understand how children learn? Is that part of the product architecture? What is the remote learning methodologies that's available in the context of the non-access to or the limited access to digital infrastructure that's available in some of the countries? So it's really important that the solutions in education are evidence-based. And that burden of evidence-based solutioning pretty much lies on social entrepreneurs. So we also wanted to, one of the things that we learned is that if you are a funder who's going in supporting social entrepreneurs that are working in education, please help also unpack the outcomes and the learning outcomes and not just the X's on the investment that those organizations can create. And last but not the least, effective working with the government remains a critical challenge. 80% of all learners in Southeast Asia are served through the public education system. So if you are an edtech entrepreneur or an education entrepreneur that is really trying to create any change of any level, of any scale, you ought to think of a distribution or a procurement into the education system. And there lies the immense challenge of how governments engage with startups and entrepreneurs and innovators. So as a community of givers and investors in the room, I really invite all of you to start thinking about how do we join forces to enable and bridge those conversations. Because unless and until we can bring both of those stakeholders onto the table, we're not going to be shifting this conversation anytime soon. And that brings me to the end. I am not taking any Q&A, but wanted to bring in my first speaker, Mario. Come through. I'm going to give you that. Thank you. So just a little introduction. Mario, do you want to come this side? Do you want to come this side? Okay, great. So an introduction on Mario. Mario is a co-founder of an organization called Vidu. They are a women leadership organization working across young women in Southeast Asia. And his dream is that in the leadership space or the sky, that half leaders or half of the world leaders are women, which is quite an ambitious goal. And a very novel goal, but more importantly, what he's presenting today is looking at what is the challenge around women accessing student finance. and going on to be completing their education, their training, their vocational training, so that they can get access to enabling economic resources for themselves and their families, and how do they succeed in doing so. And he is applying an income sharing model or income sharing agreement as a context or as an instrument onto the challenge of access to student finance and access to affordable student finance and access to available student finance in the context of young women. So over to Mario. Thank you.
Hello? Yes. Thank you very much, Raman, and thank you, TBN Asia, for organizing this and having me here. So this is Pierong. She is a talented woman, the kind of young woman leader that WeDo is looking for. We helped her to get mentorship. We helped her to get online leadership training. But she also wants to continue her studies. When we first met her, she was 17, and she wanted to go to university. However, she comes from a rural village in Cambodia. Her household doesn't have any access to electricity, running water, let alone internet at the time, and they don't have the means to go to university. She was able to put together a little bit of savings from friends and family, but the reality is that for a young, talented woman like her, the system for financing education is broken. Scholarships are simply not enough. It's just a drop in the ocean of all the financing need of talented women like her and many in the region and in the world. Student loans are not available. They're not real student loans. They're kind of microfinance with the word student in the front. It's really not tailored for students. When they're available, they have unreasonable requirement of collateral and guarantee that most customers can't really afford when they're 17 or 18 years old. And when one can even overcome that, they come with an interest rate of around 25% in a place like Cambodia. I heard of a 35% somewhere in this region. And I don't know if you would like any of your children to pay 35% on their student loans. And so the reality is that there isn't really access to financing for millions, tens of millions of people in this region and even more globally. So what we have done with Pierong is we funded her education with an income sharing agreement. We provide gap financing for education, so she was already enrolled. We provide a pathway to graduation when it comes to university or any kind of vocational training, any other skill training that the students want to obtain. An income sharing agreement is really straightforward. You get money up front. You don't have to pay anything while you're studying, unlike most student loans. And only when you get a job, you're going to pay a percentage of your income, pre-agreed percentage of your income for a fixed amount of time. We don't know how much you're going to make. There's an element of risk sharing into an income sharing agreement. And so some students do really well and are paying a lot. Some students don't do really well. But the way that we work is managing the pool of students. And so we just make sure to diversify between those a little bit more sure, a little bit more risky, but that may have a bit more impact. So we provide the contract. We do the initial due diligence, student by student. We do the collection over the years. And then we simply recycle this money and go on to fund more students. So $1 becomes $2, $3, $4 worth of impact, unlike a scholarship would be. And of course, we focus very much on building a community. We focus very much on the paying it forward. You're not paying the money back to a bank or to a financial institution. You're funding the education of those that are going to come after you. And we expect the program to be sustainable because we can, from the collection, we can also get a slice to cover the operation. So we were able to fund Pierong, and she went on to her first job, had an income that was 3 times the national average for people with her degree. Within 2 years, she was making more money than everybody else in her family put together. And so this was really proving in her community that investing in the education of a girl in this specific case is a good investment, not just financially, but really for her, but for the whole community, which is exciting. She's now actually the chair of WeDo Cambodia, like many years after that. we have experimented with income sharing agreement. It's a small pilot. It took a long time to get data in because financing for education is like that. It's long-term stuff. We funded over 60 people. We're based in Thailand, but funded in the whole region from Afghanistan. We have some Afghan women down to Vietnam. And we have a very, very high paying it forward rate. We're able to ensure capital integrity, which everybody was saying, oh, they're never going to pay back. But of course, that's not the case. And we recently, thanks to Octava and other partners, we recently raised $1 million to deploy, over $1 million to deploy in contract for the next phase of expansion of the pilot. Students, of course, like this kind of product. First, because it's accessible, it's there, while there aren't all that many alternatives. It's flexible, it's a cash outflow that matches the cash inflow. Being a percentage of income, it can never be more than your income. You earn 0, X% of 0 is 0, and there you go. And it's affordable, because of course there's a cost of capital embedded in, but it definitely doesn't go to the 20% or 30% that you see in the region. Of course, we're funding, right, we're funding that funders like it too. It's more sustainable than traditional scholarship, and it's a very good complement to traditional funding sources. It's impactful because we deploy it not on these fancy MBA students that others are funding. We really try to reach the masses of people that may, there's a little bit more risk if you want. We also funded some refugees, for instance, and we've been lucky, perhaps, that they found a job. But we really try to strive a balance of impact and return that's a little bit weighted towards impact, and it's scalable. Every dollar gets replicated over the years. We are adding to the pool. The pool, hopefully, is going to be ever growing over the years. My dream for income sharing is that, there's still WeDo somewhere there, but that over the years, all over Asia and all over the world, there's going to be many of such pool of funds. Some are going to be only grant-based, and that's terrific, but some may be for-profit. They may be able to provide return to investors. They could be in every country. They could be focused on financing nurse training in the Philippines, or funding higher education in India, or tech training in Vietnam. We can customize it the way that we want it. Income sharing is a very flexible tool in that sense. And when I think about the arch of history that I've seen with Perong and many others, I'm always reminded that education is indeed the most powerful tool for changing the world. And what I dream is a world in which we can democratize access to quality education by breaking the financial barriers that prevent millions of talented individuals like Perong, but also all the boys out there from accessing the education that they need to better their life, so that they can become the talent that their nation needs. And I'm finishing up, and I wanted to end and leave you with a question for you all, a point of reflection, which is, how might income sharing agreements help you in your work to achieve more sustainability, achieve more scale, and achieve more impact in any of the kind of education that you're providing. And of course, we are happy to help, but it's happy to help to do your thing. So this is not about WeDo. I'm also Mario. Reach out to me. That's my contact. I'm around. And I'm not going to delve too much into the details of how each contract works, but I'm happy to share everything. There's no secret. Find me around. I'm here for you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much, Mario, for this very inspiring presentation that also opens up the possibility on how income sharing agreement can be deployed in other contexts, and not just education finance, but other type of access to finance. Okay, this is the time when you go back to your phones and go into Pigeonhole and float your feedback and perspective on what has just been presented. Keep it coming. I have a few questions coming. Mario, I have a question of my own while we wait for the questions to come through. Southeast Asia, income sharing agreement. It's a finance product. One way or the other, people will look at it as a finance product. what are the other challenges around deploying such a product in the region?
Well, the most complicated thing is definitely the status quo. For most of history, that have been just scholarship and student loans. So it took us a long time to learn how to explain an income sharing agreement to a 17 or 18 years old in a way that's not scary. And for us, as a matter of fact, what we started doing is it took a long time to explain Perong, like months, like multiple conversation. But then when the next person applied, we said, Perong, would you mind having a conversation with these other students? And in that, we've seen already at the very beginning the importance of having that community. We're developing a language around income sharing. I expect that most of you will have understood what it is by now, but the moment of signing a contract, getting to the understanding that's required for signing a contract requires a lot of layering. It's a work that we've been ahead of everybody, and now we have very good systems for that communication. But yes, the hardest part on the distribution side has been just having people to understand.
Fantastic. There are some other interesting, but most of these are questions in terms of what's and how's of the model. So if there are other perspectives that you want to share or suggestions or comment, please feed them in. Otherwise, I will take the questions as well that are listed. So maybe I'll start with what's already come through. So one of the questions is, have you looked at the application of the product on women with disability in Cambodia? And their ability to be able to access education opportunities.
Well, absolutely. We actually looked into different segments. For us, the most important thing, as long as there is a path to graduation and a path to income improvement, we are eager to fund the most marginalized. And for instance, in cases like refugees, there's a problem because in many countries, refugees don't have the right to work. So that's where things become really, really hard. But for everyone else, whatever is the story that they have about how this piece of education is going to help me improve my life and create a job and improve my income, no problem at all. I'll be very eager to collaborate with organizations that work with women with disabilities and to provide financing for them. I think disabilities, depending on the disability, of course, but it's not an obstacle toward earning an income. And if education is the last barrier, if financing is the last barrier to education, I'll be eager to explore that. It can work. Find me. I'm here.
Fantastic. And there are a couple of questions around the whole model in terms of what's the horizon that funders can expect to make a return if they were to deploy and participate in the fund, but also what's your experience with the income sharing agreements that you've deployed now, and what does the success look like? So if you want to attempt those in that sequence.
I'll give you a few examples. So in terms of the contract horizon for now can be as long as 12 years for the longest contract from deployment of the funds to when we get the last piece in. But we've seen that high-performing students are blowing it out of the water. In our specific case, there is a cap of 2x. So no matter how good is your income, you're never going to return more than twice what you originally got. And what we found is that the people that are funding the best jobs is of course a subset of the total, but they end up reaching the cap really fast. And so we have calculated just recently that on that pilot, this is actual number, there's a subset of people of contract close that have reached, also they haven't yet, most of them have reached the cap, 3.7 years from the moment of disbursement, which I didn't see coming. I thought most people will take much longer time. So this is really exciting, and it offers us, as we continue learning, an opportunity of layering the fund much better between contracts that seem they're going to take a little bit longer and contracts that may take a little bit shorter, and match the funding from funders to the contract based on that cash flow, which is really exciting. At the same time, you know, one doesn't need to look at a contract-by-contract basis. I was sharing my first heart attack contract was one of our largest. Was 5,000 is our maximum. We had funded 4,700. Young woman in Nepal. She completes her study. She didn't find a job for 2 years. And I was there looking at just, okay, we're writing it off. We're writing it off tomorrow. We didn't. I said, okay, let's wait the end of the contract. She found a job in a technology firm in Singapore after 2 years. And it was terrific. It was one of the best overall cash flow that we had. So that shows the importance also of, you know, we need to look at the pool Well, it's a little bit like the stock market, right? There's random stocks go up and down, and just relax, carry on, do your work. And we work as a pool. So, yeah.
And there is one other general question asked very differently is why women? So let's attempt that as well. And would you fund a man?
You want the short answer is that women are better, and that should be everything, right? They pay better. Well, so WeDo was originally started as an organization aiming for a fair and just world where half of the leaders are women. So the reason why the financing for education right now is applied to women is because it's being managed within the context of WeDo. But with Raman and the other partner, we already looked about expanding the application outside of WeDo as well to other segments of the population that WeDo doesn't look into. So the Pioneer Fund that we're working now will continue work with women because it's within the realm of WeDo, but we are particularly focused on ensuring generalizability of all the parameters also to other segments. And even right now, we'll be eager to explore working with boys.
That's fantastic. That's all the time we have today, but as Mario had shared his details, please come and find him. He's the only Italian man around in the conference today and tomorrow, so he'll be easy to spot. But thank you so very much, Mario. Please join me in a round of applause too. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm also doing the logistics of holding multiple things in my hand as I do this and making sure my dress has long slits, and I'm being respectful of that as well. Okay, next, I'd like to bring up our dear friend of the foundation, Stefina Yuli. She is the founder and now the Chief Technical and Chief Business Officer at KIPN ID, an Indonesian organization, an EdTech, an education solution that's working and spending a lot of their resource and time on unpacking solutions for those learners who are currently not connected into the digital infrastructure. So how do you reach those learners and still be an EdTech solution when those learners don't have access to the tech that is necessary to unpack their learning on the digital devices or on the digital platform? So please join me in welcoming Stefina.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is still awake and energetic. Thank you so much, Raman, for introducing me. I'm just going to take a little bit of your time to tell you a bit about our solution. And, also here, please come talk to me after. But, we're live streaming this as we speak, and many of you are listening through the power of internet. But what would that look like if you didn't have internet? And more importantly, what would learning look like? So my name is Stefina. I am the Chief Business Officer at KIPN, and what we do is we enable any school to go digital in just 3 minutes. So really quickly, starting with a real story of ours. This is Pak Unu, the principal of a local school in West Kalimantan. Last year, Pak Unu came to us with a problem. So he shared a photo over here on the bottom right of 2 of his students taking the National Computer Assessment. And they're sitting under a blue tarp because that's the only place that they can get internet and access the digital curriculum content that they need. So in order to solve this problem, he actually purchased one of our devices, which I've put over here in the corner, and it was delivered first by a boat, handed off to a speedboat, and then hand-carried up a mountain in order to reach the school. So unfortunately, Pak Unu is not alone. So the topic of this conference is collaboration in a post-pandemic era. And unfortunately, during the pandemic, as many of you know, the students have experienced a learning loss unlike anything that we've ever seen before. This is just some photos I found, quick press search of students studying by the side of the road. So they're actually, they're doing their homework, they're doing their exams and things like that by the side of the road. Why? Because that's the only place that they can get internet. And unfortunately, over 30 million students still experience this in Indonesia. So what we do at Kipin is we actually have created a device, which, again, I've put over there. I would hold it, but my hands are full. But this device helps schools do two things that they really need, which is to teach and to measure. So what does teach mean? Teach means that if you stand within 15 meters of any of our devices, so let's say this entire first row here, 45 people concurrently, using any smartphone, tablet, device, laptop, you can actually connect to it, and immediately you can access over 60,000 curriculum content. That's textbooks, videos, comics, quizzes, completely without internet. You don't even need a SIM card. And that really has helped schools go digital, the ones that are struggling with internet. Suddenly, it's like you've donated a building of books to them, and they can access all of that without waiting for internet to be ready. The second thing that the Kipin Classroom does is actually to measure. So what does measure mean? Measure means that teachers can actually administer paperless quizzes. They can take from our question bank of over 50,000 questions, and they can create these quizzes which are auto-graded. These quizzes can be randomized, so you can't cheat off of your friend next to you. And this is all done completely offline, just using any tablet or device or any smartphone that you may have. And yeah, completely offline. What we've seen is that it's actually really changed the way that learning is being done in many schools today. So these are some pictures from a pilot that we did in 2 madrasah schools in Central Java. And to give you some context, originally, this school, you weren't even allowed to bring a smartphone to class. But it's completely changed after 3 months of using our Kipin solution and, of course, some training, some hand-holding. They've been able to actually see up to a 65% increase in reading and writing scores. So they're actually learning how to write Arabic digitally in a school that's in the middle of the forest that previously they don't have internet, they weren't able to access all of that, and suddenly now you can use the digital tools available to you to learn. And we have been able to bring Kipin to many schools. So there's over 1,200 schools in Indonesia that have actually used Kipin in some way, supported, of course, by many of our private and public sector partners. But the key thing to talk about here is it's not just about EdTech. It's about creating a technology solution that really meets the user where they are at without waiting for them to be ready, but actually catching the ball and being ready for them. So if there's no internet, that's fine. It works without internet. If they don't have content, we provide curriculum content for them. And a lot of people also can't afford it. So we've created a business model where it's free for the students, but about 32 times cheaper for the school compared to the traditional options that they do have. I want to end this a little bit on a personal note. These pictures are taken maybe 25 or so years apart. This is me and my dad. I'm probably like 2 years old or something. My dad was a distributor of Apple computers back in the day, so I grew up with a lot of computers around me. And a lot of us, we grew up in a digital era. We take for granted the ability to Google anything, to have a question, to have it answered, to be able to read, to be able to watch videos on YouTube. These are all of the things that digital learning actually enable for us. But unfortunately, for millions and millions of students, they've still been left behind. They're not able to reach out for a book if they want it. If they're curious about a question, they're gonna stay curious about it. And this is another picture of me and my dad many years later at my graduation. And I would not have been able to get there if I hadn't had this digital learning that was available to me as I was growing up. And wouldn't it be amazing if we could bring this digital wealth of content, of everything that we ever grew up with learning, to every student in Indonesia or other countries where internet is still an issue? We are leaving behind a generation that has not even touched digital literacy, but we can actually bridge to it today without waiting for the infrastructure to be ready. So I'm leaving you with a couple of questions that I hope can be food for thought as well, but also this picture, which actually really struck me. It shows two students in very different situations. A lot of times we talk about all of the students racing towards digital learning. But unfortunately, many students are still shackled by the lack of digital infrastructure, by poverty, by many things that actually leave them behind. And what I want to challenge and what I would love to brainstorm and chat about is how do we ensure that students are not left behind in the race for digital learning? And also, something that we are looking at for the next 5-10 years, what are the most exciting and investable needs that you'd like to see met with platforms like Keynote or platforms where, other platforms where we can actually bridge to bring digital to places where they're not ready for it yet, but we can actually use technology to solve that. And with that, I'd like to end my presentation. At Keynote, we believe school digitalization can be very simple. So with just the click of a button and in 3 minutes, which is a little under the length of this presentation, any school can go digital and have its own access to a fully digital curriculum, content library, and paperless testing measurement system completely without internet. Yeah, so please come speak with me if this is something that resonates with you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Stefina. So yes, back to Pigeonhole again, and see if you have perspectives to share or comments or feedback on some of the questions and challenges that Stefina and her team are now thinking through. While I wait for the questions to come through, Stefina, I have a question of my own. At some point, we will come onto the digital platform, all children, all communities, all locations, remote or urban. How are you thinking about your relevance and the relevance of Keynote, and what's Keynote 2.0 in that era?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, and one that I get very often. So, internet is definitely coming, but internet is not always affordable either. So there's two things to think about here. Let's say that a school that previously did not have internet now has internet. What does that mean for them? It solves, there's a few broken links. This is how we think about it. It solves one link. One link is that internet is now available. But there is also a statistic that is quite unfortunate, actually, is that only 6 in 100. So let's say if there's a block of 100, only the first row actually thinks that digital learning is affordable today. So even in places where there is internet, it's not affordable. So what this can actually do is, why don't we just use the internet to be able to update content to here very quickly? So curriculum comes out, immediately it's here, but everyone that downloads from here doesn't have to pay anything additional. So from a sustainability perspective, it still makes sense, so there's still a runway for that. But let's say now it's affordable, it's super cheap, and everyone has internet, which is fantastic. Then we can start thinking about ways that we can build add-on services to this, because ultimately it's just a platform. We're just bridging to the users today and getting them to get started getting used to digital, right? Which is why the question that I had, what are the most exciting ways that we can start planning from now? Yeah.
Fantastic. I haven't seen a new question come through for Stefina or a feedback for Stefina. Please do log in to Pigeonhole. Stefina is really interested in getting your perspectives, and also to suggest if there is more places Keynote should go to and how it should be applied. But as we wait for that, Stefina, collaborations. I mean, one of the learnings that we had from running the challenge and with working with all of you, with 10 of the Octava Social Innovation winners, is working with governments who are the stakeholders for 80+% of all learners in, for example, Indonesia, or even probably more than 80% in Indonesia. What's been your experience of partnering them and taking this innovation into the schools through them?
Yeah. That's a good question. I remember when you put the final point there about challenges with government. I know us at Textbooks were like nodding very intensely. So working with government is a challenge. Education is a public good. So definitely it's something that we also can never avoid. My experience so far, I think it's been phase by phase. I think what we're really focused on is creating a solution that really just works for the user. And we've had a lot of conversations, Raman, about creating a solution that's not just an imported model. It's not a solution that's just technology for technology's sake, but something that's actually designed for the ecosystem that it's in. So what that means is addressing the needs of the teachers, addressing the needs of the students. So for example, all of our content is by fully licensed MOE teachers, which makes it easier to land in national schools. So all of these things that we put together piecewise actually make it a lot easier for us when we do speak to the government, because they see that we are creating something that is hyper-local. I suppose that's the word that we've talked about. Yeah. And it's really what they need. So yeah, so far it's been smooth, but lots of challenges ahead still too. Yeah.
That's fantastic. And there's another question around, are you creating your own content? And are you creating your own content? And what does it mean for an edtech organization that's really working on the digital remoteness of, or the infrastructure enablement, and to be able to do the content as well? And could you do both very well? And your take on that?
It's a good question. I think every startup comes from different roots. Every edtech also comes from different types of founders. Our expertise is actually technology. So in terms of content, what we've done in order to make sure that it is quality content is we have worked with over 200 teachers, licensed MOE teachers, in order to create the content. So we do own it, but what makes it really special is that it's really teacher-centric. So Kipin, we see this as never as a teacher replacement, but a teaching assistant tool. And in that way, we've been able to make really great content, even though I am not a teacher, but I do know technology. So we partner together with the teachers to complete the equation there.
And what next for you? Where are you going next?
There's
a question here. Which country is next, and how can we help you get there?
Which country is next? This is a great question. We always say education is a local business. So I think something that we've been thinking a lot about is expansion into Southeast Asia. There are many, many Southeast Asian countries I know which have struggled with internet. I've spoken to people from the Philippines, Vietnam as well. Singapore, not so much. But actually our plan is to get significant traction, to show that this is a really strong proof of concept in Indonesia. And we're actually about to start talking to people about how we can actually bring this into other countries. So, hey, this is the perfect place to start those conversations. My email is, it was up here, stefina@kipin.id. So please, let's talk if that's something you're interested in.
That's fantastic. Thank you so very much, Stefina. And please join me in thanking Stefina. Great, so we're halfway through, 2 more innovators, and then to the next plenary. And I'm so very glad that I was not the panel in between you and lunch. That burden is the following plenaries. So moving on, it's my absolute pleasure to bring on stage now a fellow funder. And I think while we hear the context from investee organizations and social innovators, impact investors, impact-first investors are innovating in the way they are deploying their capital as much. And that innovation is as necessary to be spoken about, and also to be able to have an experience to share and expose on how they are thinking about deploying their resources. So with great pleasure, I'd like to bring on stage Fang Wei from Claren Capital. Claren, ooh. That's fantastic that he got invited in with a bit of a music, and not Stefina and Mario. So there you go, a special welcome to a funder.
Thank you.
But what I also wanted to say about Fang Wei as what he's going to be presenting is a unique perspective about one of their investee organization, Ideas Academy, which is a secondary school based out of Malaysia, really looking at building international quality education at affordable pricing. And some of the challenges that they're facing about really doing that. How do you bring an international level quality of education at the cost that bottom of the pyramid, middle income households can access and afford? So over to Fangui.
Thank you, Raman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some of our thoughts. Let me start with a description you may have heard earlier from my other colleague, Song, about who we are, Clarion New Life Capital, where I serve as the investment manager and a member of its investment committee. Clarion is a Singapore-based company managing a private social impact investment fund. We invest in social enterprises via debt and/or equity structures in the early to late stages, primarily in the areas of education, agriculture, healthcare, and housing for the underserved in Asia. In these initiatives, our priority is the creation of sustainable jobs for poverty alleviation, economic justice, and the promotion of human flourishing. So to this end, Clarion achieves its mandate of fighting poverty through enterprises. The companies we have invested are in Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Cambodia, and they serve communities in the education, agriculture, housing, and manufacturing sectors. Let me give a quick brief of our agri companies. Elliott Green, located in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, produces fair trade certified 100% organic coconut sugar from coconut flower buds, and they export to the US. Lionheart Agrotech is also in the coconut business. You can say we have a strong affinity for coconuts. Lionheart produces natural sweeteners from coconut flower sap from its farms in Palawan in the Philippines, and they also export to the US. Kairos grows chemical-free vanilla on its farm in Butterworth, Malaysia, and collaborates with University Sans Malaysia, USM, and Xiamen University to employ leading-edge agri-tech on its smart farm. The Kairos team is here, and I'd like Ezra and Joseph to stand up and give a wave to everybody. So if you're interested, you can speak to Ezra. Besides making carbon neutral or carbon negative environmental impact, all three companies help alleviate poverty in their communities by paying premium prices for their produce and/or paying above market wages to their workers. Additionally, these companies have educational and social programs to create long-term sustainable impact on their communities. We are proud of the all-woman entrepreneur team in Avoda, which runs a garment manufacturing business employing rescued ex-sex trafficked women in Cambodia. Their products are sold in Australia. Finally, Juru Hills is a greenfield integrated vocational training, elder care, and affordable housing project to serve the refugee and underprivileged communities in Penang, Malaysia. If you're keen to know more about these companies or have collaboration ideas, please come and say hi to me anytime during the conference. Next, I'd like to highlight one of our investee companies, Ideas Academy, where I serve as its non-executive director. The Ideas team is here, and I'd like them to stand as well and just to wave to the crowd so that you guys can also meet them later. Thank you. Ideas Academy is located in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and was founded in 2012 as a joint venture between Malaysia's think tank, Institute for Democracy and Economic Affairs, or IDEAS, and the Dutch foundation, Young Refugee Cause, to establish a secondary school offering IGCSE curriculum to refugee and underprivileged students. Before we learn more about IDEAS, let me update the global refugee crisis in our world today. The UNHCR reports that in 2021, about 95 million people have been forced to flee war, conflicts, and persecution from 135 countries and territories. At the end of 2021, about 22 million refugees were officially registered with the UNHCR, which means 77%, or 73 million refugees are not. These vulnerable refugees need to be protected. They need shelter, access to clean water, healthcare, education, and jobs. They need a fair chance. Let us look at the refugee situation and education system in Malaysia. According to the UNHCR data as of end May 2022, there are about 183,000 refugees and asylum seekers registered with UNHCR residing in Malaysia. So the unregistered portion is a multiple of that. So you can imagine there are quite a lot of refugees within Malaysia. There are about 46,570 refugee children under the age of 18 with almost 40,000 school-going age, but only 30% of these are enrolled in the 133 community learning centers within West Malaysia. And for those aged between 14 to 17, only 28% are enrolled in secondary schools or secondary education. Many of those refugee children not in schools are forced to work illegally and very often exploited and abused as a result. In Malaysia, refugee and stateless children are not permitted to enroll into government schools. They do not have enough money to pay for private schools, which will cost a minimum of 40 to 50,000 Malaysian ringgit per year. Out of the 133 community learning centers in the country, 21 offer secondary education, but only 2 are specifically secondary education centers, and one of the 2 is Ideas. Ideas Academy mission is education for all to unlock the human potential. And they do that by providing underprivileged children in Malaysia a strong foundation in secondary school education via the Cambridge IGCSE curriculum. With only 30% of refugee children enrolled in primary school education and 28% enrolled in secondary education, we see a huge need to scale up education opportunities for these underserved communities. As of 18th August 2022, Ideas has 129 students, comprising 105 UNHCR refugee and 24 full fee-paying students. We aim to grow the student population to 300 by 2025, comprising half UNHCR and half full fee-paying students. Besides the full suite subjects within the Cambridge IGCSE curriculum, Ideas also offer coding and humanities classes. We will develop a curated curriculum and pedagogy to help teach children with interrupted learning backgrounds and also introduce social emotional learning as well. These are some photos of the classrooms, labs, and facilities at their current location in Kuala Lumpur. Extracurricular activities are also available for students interested in music, theater, cooking, sports, and others. And when I visited the school, I saw that they had props from the Lion King musical. In fact, they put up 3 musicals in the past few years, and it was very, very well received in the communities. During the pandemic lockdowns, e-learning was available for all subjects, but with relaxed restrictions now, in-person classes have also resumed for our students. Here is a current list of partners whom Ideas work and collaborate with in KL. Let us take a slightly deeper dive into Ideas business and operations. They have unique 3 learning platforms which enable students in different geographies and levels of affordability to continue their education journey with Ideas. Currently, we have 52% of our students on the physical, which is in-person classes with online live stream, 43% on the online, and 5% on the self-study online platforms. As of August 2022, The 129 students comprise 19 local full fee-paying students and 81% UNHCR refugee students. Since 2020, IDEAS has enrolled full fee-paying students, and we now have 24 of them coming from 8 different countries. There are local residents who can afford the fees, and their fees are less than 25% of other KL-based international schools offering the same or similar IGCSE curriculum. The 105 refugee students come from about 9 different nations. So the entire student body comprises of students from 12 different countries. In 2022, 35% of IDEAS income were contributed by fees from local fee-paying students, 61% from the refugee students, and 4% from other things like tutoring, coding, and science classes. As you can imagine, with very low fees from our refugee students, IDEAS expenses significantly exceed the fee income. For the past 10 years, IDEAS have relied heavily on external donations to fund its operations to provide almost free education for refugee students. Most of the donations come from charitable organizations, corporate and individual foundations. The founders of IDEAS realized that this is not a sustainable model going forward, especially if they want to scale to take in more refugee students. So in early 2022, Clarion invested in IDEAS to provide catalytic capital to help build a business model where it won't rely as much on donations to fund the operations. This does not mean we will stop taking donations from those who believe in IDEAS' vision and wish to financially help refugee students. Instead, if we execute well, we envisage IDEAS will be financially and operationally sustainable from income by full fee-paying students. This may sound like full fee-paying students are subsidizing the refugee students. We don't see it this way, and parents of IDEAS full fee-paying students also do not see it this way. Let me explain why. One of the cardinal deliverables in the education business and what parents look for in their children's school is the quality of academic results. Personal character development is equally important. I'm pleased to inform that IDEAS perform both well. On academic achievement, the entire 2021 IGCSE cohort of 16 graduates passed, with 5 of them scoring straight A's in 5 or more subjects. At the end of the day, parents and students value quality education, and when they get what they pay for, we believe there is little concern about subsidizing refugee students. Whilst on their academic learning journey, these full fee-paying students have built their character by interacting with refugee students. That's why in IDEAS, the corporate mission tagline is education for all. With this mission of education for all, we want by 2025 to have 50% local and 50% refugee students in our population mix of total 300 students. We envisage our students to be mainly 70% on the physical learning platform, 18% on the online, and the remainder 4% on self-study. We envisage fee income contribution to come mainly from fee-paying students, 64%, 23% from the refugees, and 13% from the others. As you can see, we want to scale from the current 24 fee-paying students to 150 by 2025. We anticipate challenges along the way, and later I will be asking you in the audience to help us think about what we should look out for as we scale and what we need in this journey. For the next 3 years, we have set these targets along IDEAS' journey. In September this year, we have started the application processes for an international school license from the Ministry of Education, and will soon apply for a certified Cambridge IGCSE school in order to be an accredited Cambridge exam center in KL. In 2023, we aim to achieve both certifications and also to acquire more fee-paying students. In 2024, besides more student acquisition, we hope to be able to move into a larger premise which can accommodate up to 600 students. In 2025, we will continue new student acquisition to scale and reach an enrollment of 300, comprising half refugee, half fee-paying students. So in the remaining time, I hope to learn from the collective wisdom of all of you here in the crowd to help us think through issues as ideas scale and transition from a school for refugee students dependent on donations to an international school with funding via a hybrid of full fee payments and donations. So what are we missing? Ideas we will need capital to help us execute and scale. And I would appreciate any comments, insights, questions you think will challenge us as we scale to acquire new students and teaching staff and in our marketing and branding. And what more should we be thinking about in partnerships and collaborations? So thank you for your time and your valuable contributions. And I wish you good health and meaningful connections during this conference.
Many thanks. Please join me in That's fantastic. And we are going to improvise on the way. I realize the pigeonhole thing is slightly slow. So I'm actually going to walk around and it'll make sure that you have a beautiful woman coming up to you, and then you better have a question ready or a feedback ready. So, okay, so Fangwei has really eloquently laid out that this is really the start of the journey of really creating an international quality school, or an education platform that could then be accessible to other type of disadvantaged communities as well, not just the refugee community as they see it now. But Fangwei, I'll start with my question first. I'm probably taking a step back and thinking there's something else that's happening in the school that's probably not been able to be measured by the numbers that you have there, which is, what does it mean to be an inclusive school where the have-nots and the haves are actually co-learning? And what does that mean for the school as a whole, as a community? What does it mean for the teachers? And that empathetic value that's been integrated into the school population. Maybe try to unpack that a little bit of how you see that coming to life, and what's the value of that? Why must there be an inclusive school in the world where we are already bifurcating schools by who can pay what? And this is a middle income affordable school, and this is a high income affordable school, and this is a premium school, and I'll need to keep it premium because premium is premium. Premium attracts premium. So just reflect that on a little bit for us, please.
Raman, you've asked me a very fully loaded question. I'll attempt to answer as plainly and simply as I can. By way of giving you our own experience when we visited the school, talked to the teachers, the staff, the students, how are they more inclusive? Let me start with the teachers. When we interviewed some of the teachers, they are, number one, highly qualified. One of them have actually taught in a prestigious international school and actually joined Ideas because she believed in education for all, which is the tagline for the school. And it should not be therefore limited to only those who can pay or those who come from a certain background or a different nationality. So I was very inspired by what some of these teachers, their motivations and the reasons why they came to teach at the school. Then when I looked at, when we talked to the principal, she has been with Ideas from day one. And she, again, is also highly qualified, have taught in various international schools. And her same heartbeat is to provide education for all, that you should not be disadvantaged just because you do not have the means. And when we spoke with the students, I just want to give an example. One of the students we spoke to, she was from Afghanistan originally. She has to commute to the Ideas premise 1.5 hours per day. It was one way. Minimally 1.5 hours. With traffic, it will take her 2 hours. So it takes her 4 hours every day to just go back and forth from school. And when we asked her, why would you want to do that? She said very plainly, because Ideas is the only school that would take me in. So the reality is this, Raman. While there are international schools catering for those who can afford, there are really no schools that would cater to those who cannot afford. And again, I want to emphasize Ideas' corporate tagline is education for all. It should not be any hindrance where you come from and whether you can afford it. We will try to make a way for you to be able to afford it and give you a good quality education. Now, as for the refugee students, the 24 of them, they've done a survey with the parents. The parents actually love it that their kids are interacting with the refugee students to get very different perspectives of life. They find that these refugee students are highly motivated to study, to do well, and as I said earlier, the results attest to their efforts and also to the teachers' efforts. The whole cohort passed, and 5 of the 16 scored perfect A's in 5 subjects or more. So in terms of inclusiveness, I think it's already embedded within the school, and it's something that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Congratulations on that result, and congratulations to the teacher and the headmaster who's probably sitting behind in the second last row. Questions or feedback or any deliberative comment that you want to work with as Fang Wei and the rest of the team at Ideas Academy solve for this bottom cost or the bottom line of the cost? How do you work at a cost model where teacher and quality teachers probably is the highest itemized cost on your balance sheet? Any feedback on that? Any deliberations as you come through? Raise your hand, reflect on it. If it's easy to put it through Pigeonhole, please do. Any volunteering raise of hand? Going once? Going twice? Thank you, Mario, for coming to rescue.
Just one question. Will those refugee students be able to work in Malaysia afterwards? And yeah, what's next for them?
Excellent question, Mario. Thank you. The short answer is no. Even though you may be a refugee registered with the UNHCR, in Malaysia specifically, you do not have any rights, no rights to education, no rights to work, no rights to housing, no rights to healthcare. So effectively, you are just there and hoping to be relocated by the UN to some other more developed countries. And the students we've talked to, although they've been promised to be relocated to either Canada, United States, Australia, etc., they have been waiting, some for 10 years, some for 15 years, and they have not relocated. So even though they have received an education, they do not have the opportunity yet to find employment. And they do need to put food on the table, so a lot of them take illegal work. Unfortunately, they get exploited and abused. So at Clarion, we are looking for a more holistic, integrated solution. As I mentioned earlier, one of the investments is a greenfield project called Juru Hills, where we've got a piece of real estate, and the intention is to build a vocational training school to train and impart employable skills for the underprivileged, including the refugees. So because we believe that you need to provide solution from front to back. You cannot just provide primary education alone and then just leave them be, or secondary school education. If we can provide the entire spectrum of education, give them employable skills, and then give them employment opportunities. So in Juru Hills, we built a vocational training institute. We're going to build an elder care facility so that they can employ some of their skills there. And also, we're going to build affordable housing so that potentially some of them can actually afford and be able to be housed decently and respectably and with dignity.
Maybe just a follow-up. If they don't have the right to work domestically, which is common with refugees, could they take one of those coding boot camps, maybe one that you can create and work remotely for companies in the US?
Excellent. Which is one of the reasons why Ideas are enabling them with coding classes, because you can code and provide coding services anywhere in the world. you are not limited by geography or tax regimes. That's definitely one of the things we want to focus on.
And I don't know why I didn't do this again. Now I have 4 extra hands. So if you're willing, we'll take one more question, please.
Hi, I'm Ganesh from Malaysia. I think I'm a big fan of ideas because Abidin and previous one Saiful is close friends of mine. I just want to ask, I mean, Malaysia, you know, the Home Ministry always comes with statement that, you know, against refugees very strongly at times. How hard is it for a school who is educating refugees to get the schooling license also? So that's my question.
There, at odds.
It's a very sensitive question. I need to frame very carefully what I say. You are right. The present government and even previous ones have not been exactly very supportive or friendly. In fact, if I remember, it was last week that reported in the news that there's increased chatter of them even shutting down UNHCR office in Malaysia and replacing the UNHCR cards with something that Malaysia themselves wants to create, an identity for the refugees. We're not sure how that will move along. But to your pinpointed question about how does it affect us applying for international school license, the reason we approached or started the process with MOE is because we have been able to enroll fee-paying students, non-refugee students, and they have integrated well in ideas, and we intend to continue to grow that population. So our approach then to the MOE is, please support us. We're going to be an international school to provide affordable education even for your own citizens and residents. As I mentioned earlier, currently the fees are less than 25% versus the average international school in the KL region. So parents would be able to find ideas a very affordable proposition. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. We have indications that MOE is supportive, so well, let's see.
We wish you all the luck on that.
Thank you.
And
Thank
such
you,
a
Raman.
fascinating idea that we've been presented today. Thank you so very much. And I'm so sorry for the raise of hands that we could not address today, but please do find Fangwei as he's in the audience, and also the Ideas team if you have other deliberations or other ideas for the Ideas Academy. Bringing on to the last presentation, I'd like to call upon one of our fellow Social Innovation Challenge winner, Saiful from I Can Do. And Saiful will be presenting his perspective on application of an EdTech solution in the early years setting. So there's a huge body of knowledge out there on the importance of early years, and in the importance of early years in the context of learning, and why a lot of learning losses happen in later stages of the school system when students drop out because they haven't really sufficiently mastered early numeracy, early literacy at the very start of starting at the school education system. So over to you, Saiful. And Saiful is the last presenter for the panel today, and we have about 10 to 12 minutes of the presentation. So if you present, and then we'll have very limited time for the deliberation, but please do use Pigeonhole and go find Saiful towards the end if you have other questions and requests for him. So over to you, Saiful.
Thank you. Thank you, Raman. Good morning. I am Saiful, founder of I Can Do. As Indonesian educator for more than 20 years, I have worked to equip students with 21st century skills like critical and creative thinking, communication and collaboration skill, which we believe that is a requirement for students to face the uncertainty in the future. Meanwhile, 15-year-old children in Indonesia underperform in reading, mathematics, and science, ranking 71 among 77 countries in the 2018 PISA. This result exemplified the lack of 21st century skills among Indonesian children aged 15. The first problem in improving children's competence is in Indonesia early childhood education. Early childhood brain developed to 80%. The OECD research that published in 2020 shows that the quality of early childhood education improve student performance in mathematics, reading, and science when they are age 15. Most Indonesian early childhood education have difficulties in optimizing children's golden moment because the learning isn't meaningful or fun. To improve ECE, or early childhood education, we need to focus on the teachers. In Indonesia, 47% of the teachers have no diploma. Teachers lack of knowledge, skill, and resources to make an interactive classroom, not to mention their administrative loads. Under this condition, how they will equip students with 21st century skills? Besides teachers, parent involvement also improves students' learning. That is why it is important to make parents participate in children's learning. So in 2018, we made I Can Do Kids, school, and parents. The three apps are emphasized to support our proposed solution. First, in I Can Do Kids, we use a game-based education to motivate children to learn, to think, to solve the problem, so they are able to acquire the 21st century skills. In I Can Do for schools, we equip teachers with step-by-step learning guide, so the teachers are able to deliver a meaningful lesson with all the materials required every single day in the classroom. We also provide with parents' application, so the parents are able to communicate with the teachers and are able to join in the children's learning journey. In the implementation, first, teachers will access a step-by-step learning guide, then use our educational games as a learning mission for the kids. Currently, we have more than 2,000 games that can be used by teachers to assign the mission to the kids. And of course, parents are able to participate and understand the children's learning journey. Let's see the example of a student play one of the English version game in I Can Do.
Wow, this is a cool game. Let us try to see the instructions first before you play it.
Put one floating item onto the board.
Floating? Is the plate floating? Let's try.
Plastic plate.
I never tried this. Let's check it out. What? Literally it's floating. Yeah, cool. Rock and spoon.
Put one item on the board to keep the plate floating.
What about this rock?
Stone.
Yeah. Check it out. Oh! Wait, I'm kidding. Doesn't float. No. Are you kidding me? A shoe sticks. Maybe a ball.
Plastic ball.
Plastic. And then there's air inside, so yeah, I think so. Oh! It's still floating! Yes! We did it!
Through this scientific process, children will learn about floating and sinking without memorization, like a common practice that I am as a teacher to deliver a lesson, memorize. Observing, making decision, And making mistakes will help children to think critically and are able to solve the problems. Next, this is a video to show how we use handwritten and voice recognition to equip children with the instant feedback of their work.
Gawai.
Gawai. Okay. Please note my intentional mistakes. Imagine how early children can make mistakes and our engine decide if they need help. In this case, after 3 mistakes, a tracing clue will appear so the child can trace the word because he or she may be not ready yet for copying the word. We are truly grateful for national and international acknowledgement. I Can Do was one of the 2022 winner of the Octava Social Innovation Challenge. We were at a Southeast Asia EdTech that innovates to provide accessible education. We also appointed as one of the MOE private partner to overcome the current situation, and we also make an MOU with Teachers Association in Indonesia that consists of more than 500 teachers across Indonesia to support our effort. Until now, we have served more than 800 schools, facilitating more than 1,500 teachers, and helping more than 20,000 early children to thrive. We have seen a positive result from elevating ECE, early childhood education, especially in underserved ECE institutions across Indonesia, such as improved student achievement, especially in STEM, and student engagement in learning. Plus, teacher says, I Can Do is easy to use and improve student satisfaction. Underserved schools face similar challenges when implementing educational technology like I Can Do. These schools need immediate technology infrastructure, such as tablets and projector for the teachers. The government funds these schools annually, but infrastructure is off limits. They only help for subscription, maintenance, but for the infrastructure, they cannot support this condition. So, improving ECE is a promising step forward for our future, despite several challenges. We were working to expand our impact so more schools in need can use our game-based solution. So, in this opportunity, allow me to ask this question: how we can raise resources to pay startup infrastructure through philanthropic or CSR event? And the second one, currently in Indonesia, there are more than 200,000 schools, early childhood education schools in Indonesia. How we are able to scale up our effort and use a meaningful strategy to help those 200,000 schools in Indonesia. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Now you can. Fantastic. So we have about 6 minutes to ask Saiful any questions or give him feedback. So fastest hand up first. Mario again. I'm going to park that while I find another fellow in the room. Fantastic. We have a question. If you are signed on to Pigeonhole, please do send through your comments. Please, if you can try to keep your question brief. Thank you.
Thank you. How can you build the ecosystem between the teachers and also the students, and then how to become a sustainable institution in doing these things?
Okay. So we have 3 apps that are connected to one another. So this is the experience. Yeah, teachers come to the classroom, open I Can Do for schools, do attendance, and follow the step-by-step learning guides. do this, and this is the material, they are able to show it. Do this, and this is the material they are able to deliver to the students. And also, they are able to send more than 2,000 games that we have as a learning mission for the kids. So the kids are able to play either in the schools with the tablets that provided at the corner, or they are able to do it at home. So when they do it, it's like learning mission, games, right? A best version of yourself. They do the games, they answer some challenges, and the teachers will get the result right away, and also with the parents. And we also make it integrated with parents and the teachers. So when the student do something great, let's say about greeting the parents, and then after they greeting the parents will get recognition whether they did it in the real life, and then after get the assurance that the kids already did it, and then the parents are able to do something, either some good word, or maybe give feedback, or maybe give another challenges. Same thing with the teachers.
So it's all connected. So all three stakeholders come onto the same platform.
Yeah.
Any other question or deliberation for Saiful?
Hello. How do you measure the long-term impact of I Can Do on the learning trajectory of the children that you're reaching?
Okay. We have made an MOU with several universities, for example, in Indonesia, UNJ, and also Trunojoyo, and also PENS. So we, in our agreement, some professor will receive our back-end data, and then they are able to know the impact of the student. For example, transfer. Transfer is something important for students. When they solve this problem, whether there is a skill remain with them, are able to transfer to solve new different situation. We're really glad that 70% of our students are able to do transfer, which is something important for the student to facing the uncertainty in the future situation.
Thank you so very much for all the questions. That's all the time we had. I'm going to try to not fall as I come up. Thank you so very much for hosting us here today, and for all the investee and the grantee organization to present their solution to you. Hope it was inspiring, slightly engaging as we went through this, but all four of them would be available as over the course of the day and tomorrow. So please do reach out if you have other questions, or you want to see how their solutions can come to where you are working. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Saiful.
Hey, everybody. We are almost coming to a different kind of energy exercise, and that's called lunch. Yeah? But lunch, you just have to akan datang a little bit. It's maybe another 60 more minutes. I know. Everybody take a deep breath. And breathe out. Everybody just stretch a little bit. Why don't you guys stand up a little bit? Everybody just stand up a little bit and just kind of move your bodies a little bit. Yeah. Just move it a little bit. Yeah. Keep it going. A little bit. Move your arms up. Very cool. All right. Please be seated. Now you notice that we have never kind of like tell you, hey, 10 o'clock is a tea break. Please be seated. Please be seated. You've never heard me talk about 10 o'clock is a tea break or 11 is a tea break. The fact is this, right? The coffees and teas and some snacks always on the outside. So tomorrow when you are here, please do not feel shy about just getting up from your seat. Get out, get a little bit of makan, come back in again. Bring your food in, bring your coffee in, because that's the way we're going to keep it simple and easy and open. Is that okay? All right? So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to put your hands together and welcome a very good friend of mine, a very warm friend of mine, and also not just mine, but a very good friend, a warm friend of TBN Global, right? So with that, everybody, the board member, Christy Davies of TBN Asia. Let's go. Give her a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And I'm going to let her introduce what she's going to talk to you about, right? Go for it.
Oh my gosh. Hello. All right, you guys, I know it's cruel. One more session and it's just before lunch and everybody's like sitting around, and you guys are so brave to still be here, but I'm so glad you did because I love what we're going to share with you next. This is a really special panel. It's not even a panel. It's going to be a wonderful discussion about multi-sector collaboration. What does that mean? That means simply partnering with organizations and people that are not like yourself. And that's really hard work, but being able to take advantage of unconventional and perhaps some surprising partnerships can create an amazing multiplier effect. So with that, I would love to invite my two collaborators up on stage. Come on, you guys, it's lonely up here. So I've got Pak Setyaji and I've got Pak Gigi. Please welcome them. What do we do, these three right here? Yeah. Okay. Don't you guys just want to break into dancing? Okay. So what's going to happen here is we've got a couple of short presentations. Our first presentation is actually from Pak Romi of Instellar, but he has COVID. So bless his heart, he could not travel to be here, but he graciously provides a small presentation so he can share what he's doing and kind of set up the conversation that we will have following that. And then we're going to have a really interesting conversation between two very, very different people and contexts. We've got a public servant here. We have a brave public servant from the Ministry of Health. So I want to say thank you so much for being here. And we've got a startup entrepreneur that is a graduate of the Training Hub, the Social Entrepreneur Training Hub program for TBN Asia a couple years ago, just before COVID. So we've got an amazing conversation to follow. So first up, we're going to start with a short presentation from Romi. And so please give that a whirl, you guys back there. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Romi Cahyadi, the CEO of Instellar. I'm sorry I cannot be with you today at the TBN Asia conference in Bali because I'm still ill at my home today on my 5th self-quarantine due to COVID. But I think I'm losing a good opportunity to be with you because you guys are discussing a very important and interesting topic, especially in this session, which is about multi-stakeholder approach to healthcare issues in Indonesia. That is why I want to tell you about the program that we did last year with Johnson & Johnson Impact Ventures. In this program, Johnson & Johnson Impact Ventures wanted to find innovative solutions to solve healthcare problems in Indonesia by supporting startups in this country. There are 48 startups who applied for this program and 9 were selected. And at the end, 6 of them received a total grant of 120,000 from Johnson & Johnson Impact Ventures. But what is more important that I want to share here is this program was initiated by Johnson & Johnson Impact Ventures because they believe that it has to be part of their business strategy to solve healthcare problems in Indonesia and Southeast Asia actually through a business model, through innovation and a scalable business model. And in particular, Johnson & Johnson is very concerned about improving the welfare of healthcare workers in the country and in the region. From the beginning, we believe that this kind of program would need a multi-stakeholder approach, which means we need to find people on the ground who really understand about the problems and are working on the solutions to solve those problems. So we started with the startups, with the social enterprises. We did a lot of desk research. We talked to many entrepreneurs. I think some of them are here in this conference. And second, we also talked with investors. We talked with investors who are interested in the healthcare issues, such as, for example, the Guardian Impact, who was involved in this program since the beginning. And last but not least, of course, we were also consulted with the government. And in this case, I want to mention the Digital Transformation Office of the Ministry of Health, which is very keen to collaborate openly, not only with us, but with so many other parties and stakeholders in the country to work together to find workable solutions to various problems in healthcare sectors in Indonesia. I don't want to bore you with the details of the program, but I think what is more relevant for today's conference and discussion is, for example, I would like to share here what are the challenges, right? I think you might want to know that. And I will just mention one here, which is managing expectations. I think this is very real, and we have to be fair that Johnson & Johnson, they had their expectations. From our side, from Instellar, we also saw that the startups also had expectations. And of course, the Digital Transformation Office, the government of Indonesia also had theirs. And so, in our experience, this is very key actually, how we maintain very open communication to build trust and to keep honest with each other in terms of what we can deliver, what we cannot deliver, what we can fulfill, what we cannot fulfill. And by doing so, we managed to get the program done with all the plus and minuses, of course, with all the lessons that we all learned. At Instellar, we see ourselves as a purpose-driven company, helping businesses to be more impactful, more sustainable in the long run, and hopefully more scalable. So by doing this collaboration with Johnson & Johnson Impact Ventures, with the startups, and with the Digital Transformation Office of the Ministry of Health, we hope we can help businesses, the startups, Johnson & Johnson, and all other businesses in Indonesia to be more impactful and sustainable in their business in the long run. So even though the program, Sehat program is now completed, we are now still in discussion actually with the Digital Transformation Office, how we can continue this program moving forward. Because as you know, the ecosystem is so big, just one program will not solve the whole problem, right? So we are moving still with the same approach. It's a multi-stakeholder approach, slightly different variation from what we did last year, but it will be still a multi-stakeholder approach. At the moment, I cannot reveal the details because we are still in a lot of discussion, but stay tuned. Of course, I'll be more than happy to share with you once we have more clarity on this. So lastly, I want to thank Johnson & Johnson and the TBN Asia for having us here at this conference, even though we are in this virtual mode. And thank you also for Gigi from WeCare.id and Pak Setiaji from Digital Transformation Office, who are there with you, sharing with you in person. I hope you enjoy their presence with you and enjoy the conference.
Oh, thank you, Romy, even though you're not here. He's an amazing, amazing guy. And what I love about what he shared is that he's an investor, and yet a priority for them is looking for opportunities, investable opportunities that connect those that are on the ground doing the work with vulnerable communities and underserved communities, with working with folks like you in the government level. So we're talking about partnerships, but our context is healthcare. And healthcare is so interesting in Indonesia right now. I think especially the G20 will be here. It's being hosted by Indonesia next November, I guess, right? And a priority issue is global health architecture and digital transformation in the healthcare field. And when you've got, I think you had said 270 million people, and you're targeting about 20% of those in underserved communities. So how do you get to them to provide them with health care services? And the only way is through the power of partnership. So with that as our context for partnerships, I'm going to turn the conversation over to Gigi, who is he's the founder of WeCare. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
okay.
And founder of We Care. And tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Yeah, okay.
And share that. Thanks.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much, Christy. Can I have the slides? No? Yeah. So, okay. The reason I'm here is already multi-stakeholders, actually. So thank you so much for TBN, who introduced us to GNJ, and then GNJ want to support us through Pak Romi and Stellar. So now we're here. It's been a wonderful support from this lovely community, and I hope it will be able to continue enable like entrepreneurs like us or social initiative or movements, which is creating a very great impact on the society. All right, so my name is Gigi. I'm doing WeCare.id. So basically what we do is that we are a crowdfunding platform, specifically medical-focused crowdfunding platform, actually. So we help people to fundraise for their medical expenses. We still see like the gaps in the healthcare financing is still quite huge. And if you want to reach the vulnerable communities, even though like we already have the national insurance, but due to the inequalities of the expertise and also infrastructures of healthcare structures, healthcare in Indonesia, for examples like this, if you get sick in the red areas, it will be very difficult for you to get the sufficient access to healthcare services. So that's why people still need additional funding to pay for the supplementary accommodation, for example, or for other supporting costs for the medical expenses. So the primary care already taken care by the national insurance, but then people will still need like going to the bigger cities or to the better hospitals to actually be able to attain sufficient health care services. So that's why about 30 to 40% healthcare expenses are still out of pocket, and that's where the healthcare financing should innovate so that it can close the gap. So speaking of the opportunity itself, speaking about the healthcare financing, like we have in insurance, for example, or national insurance, it's just the fundamental of it is just like it's a pool of money, right? So and we are actually in Indonesia itself one of the powerful source of funding opportunity is actually through philanthropical activities, which we are very proud of being the most generous country in the world for 2 years, like last year, and the last one is the 2018. And of course, because of our culture of gotong royong, and we have also zakat culture, like very strong zakat communities and also almsgiving culture, that enables a lot of crowdfunding platforms to actually seize this opportunity. And we believe that in the future, it hasn't been fully unlocked because of the size that is still potentially be unlocked. And then seeing the gap, this is actually like a rough calculations, and actually we would love to later perhaps we can work with the Kemenkes to actually calculate like how actually the gap between the funding that the BPJS can collected from the society, and then how much is actually the healthcare expenses for example, for like 1 year in Indonesia itself, something like that. So the needs is still there, and the potentials of the powerful force of the philanthropic activity, and due to the internet penetrations, is still very high. So this is like a marriage met in heaven. So we just have to find another innovations, another way to make people familiar with donations, and then it can have a tremendous effect on democratizing access to health, to financing support for people to be able to access medical expenses. So yeah, this is just like this. If you see on our website, people post on our, people submit their profiles, or it can also be helped by the hospitals. A hospital can help us to submit and then validate the patients, and then donors can start donating for at least 1,000 rupiah. So it's very small. It's not like you don't have to have a lot of money to actually donate. So you can start by like a very small amount of money. And lastly, the COVID-19. Like last year, we also do an unusual thing, and it's actually accelerated by the needs of what we need last year, last in the pandemic sessions. Like we suddenly become a donation hub because we have these connections with a lot of hospitals across the country. So basically, they connect they contact us to help them, provide them with the donations, and we have this a lot of potentials and a lot of donation channels, whether from corporates and from public donations, so that we will be able to provide the right to procure the right support for the hospitals, and also we can actually ensure that the distribution of donations will come to the right place, because the ones who request the help is directly from the hospitals. And yep, we've been able to sending a lot of PPEs for the past 2 years to more than 3,000 healthcare providers across the country. And this is a massive collaborations. We not only collaborate with the donors, but also with the local government and also with the healthcare providers itself. And this is, previously it was more on the national level of collaboration that we are doing, but then last year, due to our experience with the COVID-19 pandemic, we think that we also can execute a small programs perhaps for local programs in one area in Indonesia. So we're thinking of let's do something offline, and then we decided to venture to the east. So we go to the Nusa Tenggara Timur. We did a stunting elevation program there. This is because last time we also had a discussion with the Pak Menteri and with other collaborators here. Perhaps there's Dr. Sher also, and then Copernic as well. We spoke a lot about what we can do to help the minister to accelerate the development of the healthcare in our country. So one of the focus is actually in the stunting, especially in the eastern part of Indonesia, because there are about 20% right now in Nusa Tenggara Timur, and in the areas that we're operating is about 40% prevalence of stunting. So I think it's a critical issues that we need to solve, because it's multi-generational, and it's not about health, it's about also poverty and other local culture as well that is affecting stunting. And then this is what we do, rather than the previous ones were a national context. We for the crowdfunding side, for crowdfunding side, we work with the national insurance, and then we also work with the local Dinas Kesehatan to actually help us to promote our crowdfunding platform. But here it's more a very local. We work with a Pak Lurah, and then with the Ketua RT RW, because stunting is not only about the moms and the families, but also how the village actually can enable the community, so that they can also become the guardians of the stunting champion in their village, something like that. So yeah, even the religious leaders, entity mostly a Christian. So the church has also played a lot of roles in terms of socializing how important it is to have a good educations in terms of good nutrition for the kids, something like that. So that's something that we see very, very good collaboration between amongst the village champions. The next one is direct interventions. We help them to build their own ponds and also their own mini farm, so that they have their own supply chains of food, so that they don't need to spend a lot of money to go to the market, and then they just can produce their own food, healthy food. And it also creates another new commodity of economic opportunity, because then they can sell their own produce, and also their own farm, their own ikan lele or catfish. And also some of the educations in the Posyandu and for the local champions itself. And with that, we are now doing it in 12 villages in eastern part of Indonesia, and 5 of it we got already early result, and it's quite satisfying. About 30 to 50% of the stunting prevalence has been decreased. Not all of them. We do not claim that this is because of our work. Of course, there are a lot of other works as well, with doing by the Puskesmas and also with other stakeholders as well. But this is something that perhaps the fruits of the collaborations, that we can actually solve difficult problems by working together. In all level, in all contexts, not just national, but also locally as well. So it's give us a lot of optimism to work more and more with other stakeholders as well. So that's all. We're happy to discuss more about how we can work together for improving our healthcare services.
Thank you so much. What I think is so interesting is that you talk about, especially at the local level, you're working not just with healthcare professionals, but you're working with village heads and faith leaders and community-based champions. So that's so cool. And of course, local government, and your background's local government, and you've just come to the national level, was it last year? So tell us a little bit, I guess, about what it's like to work nationally versus locally, and tell us a little bit about the priorities and the challenges from a national government perspective in pursuing healthcare for vulnerable communities. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Actually, mostly I'm background in the local around 20 years, and then last year I joined to the Ministry of Health. Actually, very different from the local and also the national. So lucky me now, I'm in the national level, so I can make a big impact, more big impact. Because when I only in the local, so I just only can make some improvement in the local side. And then now in the national, so I can make big impact in the national. And then also in the local, I have some restriction, some limitation. For example, like a standardization. We talk about the One Health. It's very impossible if we not build the standardization. For example, we talk about how we can integrate it in the hospital data, for example, medical record. After 14 years, now we established the new regulation, the medical personnel record, after 14 years. I can imagine if I'm not joined in the national level, maybe we didn't have the medical record regulations. And then the other thing is about the standardization for example, like medical drugs, or medical device. Now we built the standardization. So now we can access the medical device, medical pharmacies, etc. from other hospital. And on the other side about, as you know, many Indonesian people is mobile, mostly mobile. So if we now in Indonesian level, so we can monitor and also do like some more. I mean, not like in China. China very strict about the lockdown. They can do the lockdown because the economy is very big. In Indonesia, we cannot do like a lockdown very tight. Because of that, now we make some PPMK level, and then we hope economy still grow, but we still keep healthy. Using using the Peduli Lindungi, we can still monitor people disease. People can access the public spaces, and then we can still protect the people when they mobile and etc. So I think this is a differential, not only about the responsibility but also about the rules and etc. In the national level, so we can make big impact.
Thank you so much, Pak Satyadi. So I'm curious, just looking at the two of you, you come from very different vantage points. How do you connect? I mean, what's the process of connecting and then bringing in other partners and collaborators?
I think God made me. God made us. Actually, the government's now more open, because we transparencies and also we last year when COVID-19 arrived, actually we need more people, more institutions to collaborate with us. So we open, and also we invite more institutions to join with us together to fight the COVID-19. For example, like we did with We Care. And then after this, we also open not only about the data, but also what the problem, what we have in the Ministry of Health. So after we open the issues, open the collaborations, and also open the some movement like we did in the COVID-19, like oxygen and etc. So we meet with the many parties, not only the We Care.
Yeah. So for us, I think in the future, what I hope also the deeper like collaboration that we perhaps can pursue is that we always, in our context in the crowdfunding space, we always struggling with the data, especially medical record, because like we want to validate the submission, and there are a lot of frauds there. Like people are not actually getting sick, or people are like tricking us. They not actually have this record or something. Imagine that if we can also like have those medical record like from the beginning of the health, so I think it can be more valid in terms of how we judge this patient is valid and we can fund it, and people are also it's secure to donate to them, something like that. That's something that interesting to explore. Yeah.
So I'm curious because Pak Roni also talked about managing expectations, and you guys you're incentivized perhaps differently. Your stakeholders perhaps have different expectations of you in your roles or your organizations. How do you find that sweet spot, the common ground where there's that mutually beneficial space where you're serving your people and that's a priority, but you're coming at it from very different vantage points. How do you find that sweet spot that you can manage the rest of your lives and your stakeholder expectations, but you can work together? How do you find that sweet spot?
Our last attempt to deeply work with the government with BPJS, like national insurance. Last year, we actually have an MOU with them, but the process actually took like 2 years. But that's fine, because like in the beginning, during our early days and also during the early days of the national insurance itself, it was like people are confused, like, hey, because the national insurance have provide these funds, for example, for a lot of medical needs, but then there is another force that also provide funds. So that's perhaps just needs a bit of regulation. It's not regulation, but perhaps which one actually can be paid using national insurance, and which one actually is okay to be paid with other alternative source of financing, something like that. So that's just bridging those communications. I think even though it might take some time, but I think in the end of the day, just like the accelerations happens during COVID. So when the COVID-19 hit, a lot of people cannot pay for their insurance because like they lose job. A lot of the enrollments are stopped because people cannot pay the monthly payment for the national insurance. And then when it comes, the national insurance also start to try to find another source of flexible funding. That's where the crowdfunding like us can have a role. And finally, we try to finally we iterate the partnership, and then it happened. Yeah, something like it.
It's like magic.
It's like magic. So we need some acceleration, actually. Yes.
So COVID actually, there was a silver lining,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
it sped things up. Is that? How about from the national side, the government side?
Yeah, actually, COVID like a momentum, for us, not only regarding the collaborations. For example, like when the COVID arrived in the second waves, the problem itself is we need to restrict the people when they got COVID not to the other public area. So we built like a telemedicine for the self-quarantines to make sure the people not go to the hospital. So we still give them some health consultation using the telemedicine. So we with the 17 telemedicine providers like HaloDoc and etc. to provide the consultations, and then after this they get the receipt, and then after this we send the medicine directly to the home. So this is make limitation for the spread of the COVID-19. Mostly until now around 1.5 million people already served with this initiative. I think this is how the beautiful of the collaboration with the Ministry of Health and also the other parties.
It's really interesting, and when I think about reaching underserved communities, Indonesia, that's a host of diversity.
Yes.
I mean, that's so much diversity. How do you manage the diversity of your own country? Just culture, faiths, distance. I mean, some of them are very, very hard to reach. Ways of speaking, imagine language. How do you manage that?
Yeah, maybe we can, for example, like hospital numbers in Indonesia is very limited. If we can compare with others countries like Malaysia and Vietnam, they have still numbers of the hospital and also the numbers of the doctors. If we want to improve or to increasing the numbers of doctors, we need more years. For example, one doctors we need to only one, maybe 10,000 every years. We can build the new doctors. And also about the infrastructures. If we build the new infrastructure, we need 3 years. Because of that, the technology can fill the gap. Using the telemedicines, also televirtual, and then we can reach the people live in the rural area. Because now we can serve this for the rural area people to get the specialists, for example, for the consultation, etc. And then in the next year, we will also build like a telesurgery, so it can reach more people in the rural area. So I think the technology can solve the problems.
It's a good point. How we leverage our network of hospitals actually in the rural areas, the primary care, puskesmas, something like that. That's the extensions of what we are trying to do, because they are the ones who are very close in the community. They know, they have the data, of course, and whenever we want to try to iterate something in here or perhaps introduce something that we think can work in certain areas, we always reach out to them. And most of them are actually very open to it, but perhaps a little bit slow because they have a lot of works as well in the hospitals. So that's why there comes another stakeholders, which is like the local community, which is like actually the campaigners that we have in certain areas. They are the ones who communicate either with help us communicate with the local hospitals and as well with the society. So in terms of the language that you are concerned about, we're not the one who actually, I cannot like communicate with the people randomly in NTT or in eastern part of Indonesia because I cannot speak the language, but with the local community they can. And then also they know the hospitals, they know the puskesmas very well. So yeah, those combinations of these multiple stakeholders really help us.
Sorry, I add more thing, one more thing, forgot. Now, as you know, we have also limitation for puskesmas numbers. We now only 10,000 in Indonesia. So now we have some initiative to activate the posyandu. Posyandu is the health post in the rural area. Now it's around 300,000, the health post in the rural area. And then also we empowering the cadres from posyandu, mostly coming from the women, from the mothers. And then with this initiative, so we can reach more people in this area. So we push some services in the hot post, for example, like some simple checking for the health rate, blood pressure, etc.
So it sounds like what you're describing it's almost like there's multiple ecosystems all across the country. How do they connect? I mean, so perhaps something happens in NTT that you think, oh, this model actually, the way they're, I don't know, whatever platform or communication or whatever it is, this could maybe be replicated somewhere else. How are you kind of negotiating these interconnected ecosystems?
Not all models fit best in certain areas. So even like one of our program, which is a stunting program, when we try to look at the opportunity perhaps in other provinces, it also depends on the leaders of the regions itself, whether it is a priority programs or not. So we also need to, because like when we create the programs in the local area, it needs a strong commitment as well, strong endorsement from the local government and from everyone involved, because because in the end of the day, the program is for you. What we create is for the regions, and we might not be able to like maintain in the long run if you are not also allocating your resources and your commitment. So basically, that's something that we also to look at when we want to create certain programs or initiatives.
Yeah, very agree. the leadership and also the openness for the government is very important, yeah, to solve the problem and also to make the collaborations impact, yeah.
So cool. So this is great. There's agreement. There's, you guys you like each other. It's cordial. There's mutual respect. But what's hard about working with startups or the private sector, and what's hard about working with the government?
Maybe Pak Setiaji
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
Yeah. This is depend on what's the government's itself. Yeah. Actually, when I arrived in the West Java 3 years ago, yeah, when I support the Pak Ridwan Kamil, before the government is very close within not only the private sector but also the startup. So when the startup coming, in that mind, yeah, only the startup maybe only want to get the project. Yeah, and then after this, I revised and also I changed the mindset, yeah, about the people. We need to actually the startup can support us, yeah, and not only about the project but also about the other sides. Yeah. For example, after we open to make collaboration and also share the issues what the startup can support. Yeah, now in the West Java and also others government now be open.
This is really interesting because I love that you just said it's actually mindset.
Yes.
So it starts up here. So it may be that the partners are perfectly capable, and well connected or whatever it is that the resources they have to offer, but you first have to change the hearts and minds of people to actually be willing to actually consider working with them.
Exactly.
That is so interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I think what's challenging of working with the government is first perhaps finding who actually we need to talk. Yeah, because it's set the whole journey of the success of the trial that we will do with the government itself. So I think navigating who to talk, and then after that, still orchestrating each of the stakeholders that perhaps can have voice in terms of the decisions that we are proposing, something like that. So I think that's challenging, and it needs a lot of perhaps advice from more senior people, for the persons who already worked with the government before, something like that. So that's one thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so and just actually as I'm asking these questions, if anyone out there, please, your pigeonhole is open. Feel free to tuck questions or comments in. Feel free, we've got a few minutes left. So I guess, what's most rewarding? So you've got the challenges and you're having to navigate those all the time, but the rewards make it worth the effort. What's rewarding about this?
Yeah, you mean there's some incentive like that?
What's that?
Some
incentives are, but why, this is hard work.
Yeah.
And why pursue multi-sector collaboration when that's hard work and your situation of providing healthcare solutions, to really challenging areas, that's hard work too.
Yeah.
So it seems like everything's hard work, and yet there's so much value in working together. So what do you find most rewarding, I guess? What are your incentives, I guess? Maybe that's a good question. Maybe I should actually ask that instead.
Yeah, I think when the COVID-19, many people have, I think, like some social triggers. Yeah, first social triggers first, not the goals itself, not for the gain some reward or gain some benefit. Yeah, because the social impact first. So the hard triggers to support the belonging. Because as you know, Indonesia people is very social people. So they trigger to start the collaborations. And then the next thing is actually to support. Actually, many private sector, startup, and etc. Want to support the governments, because as you know, the government very limited, not only a budget but also the reach out to the people. So I think for the reward is the first is about the social, and then the next thing is about the crowd. Yeah, I think after this they can get the crowd and also the endorse from the governments. After they got the endorse for the governments, so the people know about this initiative. I think like that.
For me, what rewarding is that health is just the core of having a optimum life experience. So I think before anything else, with everything else, like you cannot empower, like people cannot be empowered, and perhaps many people are trying to empower people economically, but then how can people like start selling things if they're not healthy? How people get smart or educated if they're not healthy? Something like that. So I think helping people to actually attain those optimal life experience so that they can thrive as a human being, and that's something that I find very rewarding for me and always been an energy for me. Yeah.
I love that. So it comes back to human flourishing and human thriving, and health is actually obviously a core piece of that. Yeah.
And I learned also like how to be healthy as well.
So you benefit as well.
Yeah, I benefit as well. Yeah. I saw the worst consequence of people not healthy, so that I have to be healthy. I don't want to be crowdfunded in my own website.
Yeah. I like that, actually. That's pretty good. So we've got a couple of questions coming in. I want to make sure that we can hear your questions out there. This one's for Gigi. Okay. How do you measure invested money in your health business model? See, it always comes back. You know you got investors out there, right? Have you tried to solve BPJS Kesehatan?
Yeah.
Okay, got that? Problem by collaborating with national banks.
Yeah. Actually, we look to more the weak thing that I still see from the crowdfunding space and the crowdfunding model is that it's still very curative, right? People donate and then it's actually not solved the root of the problem. Like you get sick and then you raise funds and then you pay for the medical expenses, which perhaps not solving why you get sick, why the first thing that you get sick. And also, what if this thing happen again? Like crowdfunding takes time. Like it takes like 2 weeks minimum on average to actually get some funds from the crowd. So we're thinking about doing things like a mutual aid or insurance model, something like that. But still, that one is also different battle because in order to do like insurance or loan, perhaps some things like that, we still need other something to do with the OJK or the Financial Authority of Indonesia, which we have so far we still don't have the proper policy or proper regulations. So that's why like other crowdfunding platforms also get shut down for trying to do the mutual aid, something like that. And we're still on the fight actually, not fight, like we're trying to advocate together in order we can innovate beyond crowdfunding. We're just like working with the bank, with the insurance, something like that. So yeah, we're excited to see whether this is going. So hopefully we're successful, hopefully.
That sounds good. You can reach more people.
Yeah.
So what are the plans moving forward? I mean, you've obviously got the intention of the world on you in November with the G20 summit here. But so kind of from a national public policy perspective, what are your priorities for the next couple of years?
Yeah, the first question after many people ask me about after pandemic, what else? Yeah, in the futures. Yeah, they ask about Peduli Lindungi. You know Peduli Lindungi? I think this is the very big applications. Yeah, now already more than 100 million downloaded Peduli Lindungi, and after this. Actually, we will, this is only for the COVID-19 apps. So we improve this, we transform the Peduli Lindungi into what we call the Citizen Health app. And then after the personal data protections launch yesterday, and then after the medical record regulated, so we will improve the Peduli Lindungi so the people can access the personal medical record. Now, the data only in the health facility. So we need to change the regulations so the people can access their medical record, even though not only in the same hospital. This is can be give more big impact after we can access the medical record in each health facility. And then the other thing is now we have some initiative in the future technology like biogenomics. Yeah, now we ongoing to moving generic medicine into the personalized medicine. Yeah, one of them is in the Bali for the beautification, for the beauty aesthetic. We also do run the some sampling to get the sample of the people in Indonesia for biogenomics. So I think the futures in the health sector is how we can make the precise medicine for the people, its people, yeah, because now the drug itself is very generic. Not every people can give impact from the generic drugs. Yeah. So now we're moving to the what we call the biogenomics.
Genomics. That's amazing. And that just one quick class. I mean, there's some other questions that are coming in, but if we look at biogenomics, I got to learn how to say it. So is that a partnership with the private sector?
Yes. Actually, we developed what we call the BGSI, Biogenomic Scientific Initiative, now already launched. Actually, we partnership with others startup like biotechnologies, nanogenetics, etc. They act like our hub, and then after this, they can mix our data. So because the biogenomics need to combine with registry, yeah, I mean the medical histories, to make sure the medicine and also the diagnosis and treatment can mix, yeah, and also more the right medicines. So we with the partnership and also from other institutions to running this initiative.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So Gigi, I've got another question for you here.
Another question.
This goes back to your actual platform, your crowdsourcing platform. What % of the individual donors donate more than once? How's your repeat business?
Yeah, it's not so, it's good, but not so good as well. I think only about 5% actually retaining from like more than 5 times donations. Most of them are still one-time donations. One-time donations were about 50% of the users. And then, the regular ones, because we still have very challenging infrastructures in terms of auto direct debit capacity of features. The penetrations of credit card is not so good in Indonesia, so we have a difficulty of locking the monthly donations. So that's something that we need to also improve as well. So yeah, about 2%, I think 2 or 5%. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So it's changing, and good luck on that then. Yeah. So so just shifting gears again, looking at the questions. There's a question, and that's actually good for both of you, and that is on how do you ensure that the data is safe? And I know that's been one of the challenges is data protection and the consistency and the accuracy of the data.
Yeah.
Care to share a little bit about data safety?
Okay, talking about the security, actually, we need to focus the 7 layer there, not only from the infrastructures, but also from the applications. We need to check every time about the updated, about the system itself, yeah. So we need to pen test and also do the test every time. And then the important thing is about the people itself, yeah. For example, like password, yeah, many people in Indonesia using the password, the mother's names, sometimes using the date, yeah. So we need to change the mindset, the awareness about this security. And that's the other things is about to strengthening what we call the 2 authentication. Like a WhatsApp, they have the 2 authentication. And then the other thing is we need to comply with some standards. For example, ISO 27000, yeah, for the security of the data center, etc. Yeah. So many things, yeah. And then the other thing is we need to collaborate with what we call the white hackers. You know, the bug bounty, like Google, they do same to challenge, yeah, the people to hack their system. So I think this is an important thing to also to collaborate with the white hackers or bug bounty.
For us, because we are not the one who do the diagnostic, like we only ask data for those the patients are comfortable to share to us, and that's our measurement is just if they allow us to have the data, so that means that it's safe for us, and as long as we are not, I think we have the procedures to not to those who can open the patient's data, something like that, and we try our best to not make it like spread out anywhere else. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So I guess just the next question for both of you, and thanks for the great questions from the floor. It's just so helpful.
So critical.
Yeah, sorry. This one, hopefully, this one may be challenging too. It's about change management. Digital is all about change management. So how are you both managing across both ends of the spectrum, from the user side all the way to the government side? How it's just, this is processes that really require significant change, and I guess, and updating. So how are you managing that?
Yeah. I usually use like digital transformation actually need three. First about the people, and then process, and then also the technology. Yeah, so when we talk the business process, so we need to change also the business process. Some people develop system, but they not change the business process. For example, they still need a sign, yeah. But from the system, we can use like a digital sign. But the regulation not comply with this. So we need to improve some regulations. And then the other thing is about the mindset of the people itself. Yeah, I mean the digital capacity. As you know, we have some digital gap in Indonesia. Yeah, for example, digital literacy. So we need to improve. In the healthcare, we built what we call the health informatic curriculums for its health workers. Yeah, to improve their digital capacity after they knowing about this technology, so they can use this for to improve the health facility. And then the other thing, we launched what we call the sandbox regulatory. Because as you know, like I said before, yeah, some regulation in Indonesia is very long time ago, not changed, not adaptive with the situations. So we built what we call the sandbox regulatory to improve our regulations to comply within some current situation, etc. And then the other thing, we make sure that our startup, like a health tech, comply also with the regulation and also comply with the clinician, data protection, etc. And then after this, we give them some license. Yeah, because many people ask, like, hello doc, this is the real doctor or not? This is the comply with the clinician or not? So after we get them some license, I think we can give some more opportunity to the startup. Yeah, we hope we can reach like one startup unicorn coming from the health tech. I hope we can do. This.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
For us, I think the best approach is that even though we have our own technology, our own platform, but I think it should not come first. I think perhaps in some certain situations or some certain users, we don't have to force it. We don't have to impose it. So it goes to be flexible on that. Even though, like, for example, in our submission side, if they're comfortable to just send it over to like WhatsApp, it's okay. We can evolve along the way, something like that. So I think as long as we are make the users convenience, and then slowly we can help them to evolve, and then in the end of the day, they will be perfectly on our platform. Yeah.
Got it. All right. So I guess I'm going to shift gears one more time for our last question, and I'll give you guys the question, and then I'm just going to I want to thank Johnson & Johnson here for a moment. But my last question is, and it's appropriate before lunch, and that is, what gives you hope for the future? You know, you're dealing with something complex and just so many challenges, and you're working together and seeking more types of partnership and collaboration to move forward. Do you have a story, or is there something that comes to mind that actually makes this worthwhile? Makes this worth paying? And I know you talked about, it's obviously providing human flourishing, but something really we can put our hands around. I want a story if you've got it. So take a moment to think about that. What gives you hope? Maybe it's a face that comes to mind of somebody that his life was really changed, as a result. And you've probably got amazing stories from your platform. But while you're thinking about that, I just want to actually just acknowledge all the folks that this is being live streamed. So all of you out there, wherever you are, thank you so much for joining us today. And I also want to thank Johnson & Johnson, who couldn't be here but curated this panel. They're also one of the sponsors, I know, for the conference. So I want to give a shout out to Johnson & Johnson and say thank you. And hopefully you're watching. And so now, with giving you guys a moment to think, what gives you hope? Gigi.
What gives me hope? So I think the very reason I want to start WeCare is like my mom. When I was child, when I was a teen, like 15 years old, my mom and my dad started a small clinic, and you know what? Like this clinic, it was like one of the bedroom of the clinics, which is like beside my own bedroom. So every single night, I heard people like screaming, suffering because they just get sick. Whatever the sick, I don't know. Whatever the disease, I don't know. But the voices are so daunting. And then I think helping people to release from that kind of suffering, it's kind of something that I will be appreciate. And then perhaps what I want to also see is that people start to change, like Stia just mentioned, the mindset of understanding healthcare, because it's healthcare, not sick care, right? So we have, the healthcare is like overall things, like you need to be very organic on that, not just like when you get sick, then you go to hospitals with like rumah sakit, like sick hospital, like sick house, like home, whatever that means. But yeah, people start to understand healthcare in a whole new spectrum. It's not about the physical health, but also like the environmental health as well. And that's the measurement of how we all can thrive together actually as a human being. Yeah.
I love that.
Thank you.
Yes, that's great.
Yeah, I think same. Yeah, we need to change from curative into the promotive prevention. Yeah, because as you know, when we sick, it's very, I think the more than 3 times the budget we need to when we sick. For example, like COVID, we just need to take a masker and then social distance, rather than when we sick. We need more than 100 million rupiah if when we sick the COVID-19. But when we make like some prevention, we just need maybe 10,000 rupiah. So how can you imagine this is we can protect by self, keep healthy using some health activity. Because of that, in the Peduli Lindungi apps, we will also integrate it with the smart band or smart watch. And then if, for example, like Gigi walking every days more than 5,000, so I give you some.
We got
reward.
iPhone.
That gives you some point, yeah. So I think we can make big change, for the people in Indonesia to change their mindset, not curative, but so the promotive.
So what I'm amazed at as we finish off before lunch is that we're not, it's easy to talk about systems and processes and all of that, but at the end of the day, we're talking about people and changing hearts and minds. And I can see your parents. I mean, I haven't met your parents, but then I have this image of your parents in their small clinic and what you learned from that. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you for an amazing conversation, but also thinking about what you guys are out there doing to actually bring about just exponential change in the lives of people of Indonesia. So thank you so much for finishing our morning that way.
Thank you so much. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Shall we give them a round of applause?
Yeah, everybody. Thank you very much, Christy. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now the moment that you really are waiting for. And I believe it's lunch, right? Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Christy. Wonderful job. I know. Wonderful job. Yeah. So a very good morning, everybody. Oh, good morning. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. I'm lacking lunch here. All right, let's slide the music off. I'm going to give you some really quick announcements because this, I think, is important for your full enjoyment of the entire session here. Can I just go very quickly into the slides right now, everybody? Now, this afternoon after lunch, there are going to be a few workshops that are happening. Workshop 1, Workshop 2, Workshop 3, Workshop 4, Workshop 5, happening at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, and it's happening right here in this room here. When you come back in after lunch, this whole entire conference hall will be divided into 3 different sections, right? So when you come in, depending on the workshop they've decided, there will be people at the door that will let you in into the appropriate session. So please make your selections when you do that. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, the power of peers. And essentially, this power of peers here is really about interconnecting with one another, ladies and gentlemen. On your way out later on, you will see a big screen, right? And there's going to be a QR code in there for you to kind of connect with one another. In other words, if you are trying to find sponsors, investors, certain people or certain organizations within the ecosystem, you can actually click on the QR or scan the QR code, submit your details, and then this system here called the network connection here will try to link you guys up with one another where appropriate. Next slide, please. Impact Cafe. Now, this is really, really important. There's going to be 2 Impact Cafes that's going to be happening. Hold on, let me just make sure that I got details right here. I may be giving you the wrong data here. Just give me 1 second here. I got the information here. There we are. Right, there will be 1 Impact Cafe that will be happening at 4:30 this afternoon, right? And it's going to be happening in boardroom number 2 and boardroom number 3. It's all the way down at the basement. Now, in order for you to choose to kind of know what it is all about, my encouragement for everybody here is to be able to view the exhibitors on the outside. So there are 3 levels of exhibitions here. Number 1, those that are on the outside. Number 2, if you go 1 level down, that's another 2nd level. And do not forget a 3rd level here. So I brought some interesting stuff here, right? For those of you that want hair extension, blonde hair extension, you can actually go, get outside and look for Tim Tan that does all the canaf, right? So these are not really hair extensions. I mean, these are plant material that he uses to make bricks, to make roofs, to make really, really strong stuff here. Now, if you go all the way down to the basement, there's a fascinating company called, let me just get this right, 7 Clean Seas, right? 7 Clean Seas. And these guys are in the business of offsetting carbon from the ocean. So go check them out, right? They are all the way down in the basement. You will not miss them. They are all yellow in color, right? So that's the thing here, right? Know who these guys are, and then at 4:30, go to the Impact Cafe. The Impact Cafe essentially is to allow you to come close contact with all the exhibitors and for you to give them your best advice, for you to give them your best perspective to help their enterprises become even better. 4:30, boardroom 2 and 3 in the basement. Remember that. Next slide, please. Impact trips. Now, this is critical, guys. On Saturday, we will be shipping a number of you guys who are signing up for this Impact trips, where we're going to be visiting different organizations. So let me just see if I can remember what they are, right? So for example, I think if you go to Tomo, right, who's over there, Tomo is running his Mana hotel stuff. Go and visit his operation where everything is sustainable. Everything from solar energy to water recycle to sewage disposal and everything. He has figured it all out, right? So visit his establishment here. Now, in order to do that, guys, we need you guys to sign up, right? So go ahead and check out inside the pigeonhole and figure out who is it that you want to be a part of, to visit. Then may I suggest, right, that you go to the register and register your interest. It's going to be on a first come, first served basis, right? So if you do not sign up now, you may not get to hop onto the bus that brings you to the respective organizations. Is that good? All right, next slide, please. And last but not least here, yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about, TBN, Impact Networking Board. Go ahead and just, so this is the same QR code as you are walking out here, right? Go ahead and kind of scan this and put in your requests or the people or the organization or the ecosystem that you want to be a part of. That you want to connect with. Okay? Very good. And now I think it's the most important thing, lunch. Behind your name tag, there are 2 lunch coupons. You need the coupons in order to go in for lunch, right? And lunch is going to be for 1 hour, from now all the way to, 1 hour or less, right? From now all the way to about 2 o'clock. And then we're going to start our workshop sharp at about 2 o'clock. And then the second series will be at 3 o'clock. All right? And then the Impact Cafe is at 4:30. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, play the music. Have a good lunch, everybody. And enjoy yourself, right? Thank you very much. Give yourself a round of applause, please. Thank you very much, all right?